to the collective. It's Hood with another video. I'm excited for this one, man. I've been working hard on this one. Excited to bring it to you. And yeah, before we get into that, I want to just introduce my tag and then just get into this information. Peace to the tribe, peace to the collective. Hope everybody is doing well, man. Before we get into the conversation, I just want to invite people to join the Substack if you haven't already. And if you are a part of the Substack, make sure you join the community. Make sure you comment. Make sure you start your own Substack so I can, add you to one of my favorite reads. Shout out to those who are interested in learning and reading and exploring and then doing their own research and own due diligence, because ultimately this thing is not figured out in a vacuum, is not figured out in your head at the end of the day. However, for those who want to support the channel, want to read, is other authors on Substack. uh Whatever you probably into, you can find engaging, creative author. If you tired of Instagram, Facebook, and them algorithms just looking so crazy, come on and join us over at the Substack. You know, enhance and get into the enhancement of the mind. All right. Another thing is you could join my Substack for free. I got already close to 1,500 free subscribers, and you get 90% of the content that I put out on Substack, and you get updated whenever I go live, like today. Plus, um, got some other cool stuff that I'm actually working on. Just been working so hard with this particular video that, I'm not even sure when the new moon is or the full moon is, how deep I've been into this Jupiter in Cancer energy. But furthermore, I do have a paid version for those who wanted to get like a deeper insight into the energy. I did have a rising sign forecast for Jupiter in Cancer. That to get access to that, you would have to be a part of the $5 a month plan. And I plan to do that moving forward. So giving people an added bonus for those who choose to support. And for those, you also get a free preview to even see if that would even be something that you would even pay for. So with all of that being said, man, thanks for all of the support. But if you haven't got your ass over to the Substack, make sure you do so immediately. And so I'm just trying to make sure. Okay, cool. I couldn't tell if I was live or not. Uh but also we have a second newsletter, more of a way to engage with our customer base, but also those who are interested, and also a way to build community. Whereas we all got questions, especially when it comes to psychedelics. Therefore, you on the internet, you don't want to get your page, you don't want to get your computer spied on by the CIA. So therefore, you might, join the Substack, join the conversation. Got over 900 members a part of that community. So yeah, man, just trying to organize and bring people together. I am a sun in the 11th house, so part of my actual disposition is bringing people together. My wife is a moon in Aquarius. Aquarius rules the 11th house. So, she helps me with this particular White Rabbit newsletter, doing videos every week. We got a new candy bar that's dropping Friday, and it's fire. I tried to put both of those words together, but that candy bar is called the Campfire Bar. And man, oh man, crazy. But if you want to save 30% on this particular new product, be sure to join the newsletter, man. That's the only place that you're going to get the exclusive weekend discount code. So once again, thanks for all the support as we bringing this information, but at the same time, for those who are interested, got it over here. And then for me, a brother gotta pay the damn bills, okay? Can you pay my bills? Can you pay my automobiles? Can you pay my payphone bills? Then maybe we could chill type energy. So finally, before we get into this conversation, man, Jupiter and Cancer, June 26 all the way to June 2027, this transit is going to shift the energy completely. And that's why I'm so excited to have the conversation with you guys. Man, oh man, oh man. But for real, follow me on IG. That's where it gets cracking at. That's where I'm generally posting every day. If I'm not posting every day, it's probably because I'm working on something in reference to something like this Jupiter and Cancer transit. So if you are on IG, make sure you go ahead and give me a follow. I will follow back. Make sure you send me a DM. Hey Hood, it's Charmaine from YouTube. Why you keep calling me out on your videos? You know what I'm saying? And we can have a conversation. So straight like that, man. Join the IG, follow the Substack, follow the newsletter, support the channel the best way that you can by liking the damn video. But with all that being said, man, let's get into this Jupiter and Cancer energy. Let me elevate you. Girl, your body's talking and I'm hearing what it said. You feel me? You feel me? All right, man. It when I say that I've been working so hard on this particular video, I feel like I've been working so many days. And then when I felt like I had a grasp on it, which was Monday, which was Monday, I still was like, man, I'm gonna wait till Thursday. I'm gonna still just ruminate in the energy. And that's two things for me. That's two shifts for me. I am a sidereal moon in Gemini. So if y'all haven't noticed or not, man, I'm really fast on the draw. You feel me? Like if I got an idea, I just go with it. I don't give no hesitance for, time. I'm just in it, you know, for good or for worse, right? But that's just me, Moon and Gemini. And the interesting thing about Gemini is that Jupiter has been in my moon sign in my ninth house for the past year, which is a very humbling experience when you are sincere about your development. Because the ninth house and Jupiter being exalted in the ninth house in my natal moon sign, for most simplest ways of explaining that, I had to sit my ass down and learn. And if you making moves, you got expectations, you got children, you want to be in the leader provider role, you don't always wake up and say, I need to sit my ass down and learn. However, Jupiter is going to teach you through your environment in your life. So it's two things with Jupiter. It's not natural to understand, overstand, and understand it. And the second thing is that Jupiter is ubiquitous. It's all around you. There's no escaping it. It is the overall overarching question that every human has at a particular point. That question is, what am I here for? That question will overwhelm the mind. And if you feel that you are not here for no reason, this is what we call mental illness. And we all feel it because at a certain point, I would say, because Jupiter is a social planet. And the idea of social is the idea that it's just not me in the universe, it's me and somebody else. And the gap in between me and somebody else is in reference to my personal intention. So another way to understand Jupiter is Dharma. Dharma is another word of saying law. So in every personal interaction that you have, there is a personal law that you could either follow it or you can break it. You don't have to do shit for nobody. 10 times out of 10, you woke up this morning and didn't give a shit about nobody else besides yourself, especially if you're single and you don't have any children. In this society, that ideal is pinpointed accuracy on individuals, to whereas that is the point where a person feels like they have succeeded. I'm successful. I ain't got no kids. I got a nice house. I got property. I can travel. I can do what I want, hood. That's Capricorn. Okay? Pluto is in Capricorn, meaning that is a transforming of that particular idea within the being. But we're not there yet because it's just now entering Capricorn and people still can't get it. Now, if you understand the axes between Capricorn and Cancer, and you talk about the Earth, that's the most powerful polarity on the planet. It is called the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. Capricorn rules the winter solstice and Cancer rules the summer solstice. That, my friends, is life. It is no particular place within the earth where you can just say, I'm just going to be in this one particular energy. People attempt to do it by like moving to Florida and things of that nature and this summer all day long. But then, I've seen people from Florida leave Florida. I've seen people from Jamaica get the fuck up out of Jamaica. I've seen people from Haiti get the fuck up out of there. I've seen people from Dominican Republic get the fuck up out of there. I've seen people from Puerto Rico leave that bitch. Cuba, leave. And I'm saying it's tropical. What else more can you want? I'm in Ohio. I'm getting all 4 seasons. So the mind is saying, I need to experience different seasons. I need to experience different tropics. But the ego is saying, I just want it to be good. Well, it's a tropic of Cancer and it's a tropic of Capricorn. So the overarching point is to the person that's, single, no kids, crib, travel, do what you want. You got to understand the trick that's been played upon you to think that everything is Capricorn. Capricorn opposes Cancer, not in an astrological sense, guys. We're not even talking about astrology yet. We're talking about seasons and energetic changes. So ultimately, the goal is to figure out Jupiter, which is a social planet, which is this is how I interact with people. This is the law. This is civilization. What are we creating as a civilization to only care about ourselves? When the planet doesn't even operate on that. We have a day and a night. We have a Cancer, we have a Capricorn. We have these two particular cardinal energies, initiation energies. So when we talk about Jupiter moving into Cancer, regardless if it's a new moon or what's happened astrologically, rather, when Jupiter transits into a cardinal sign, this is the true new beginning. This is the true new year. This is the true rejoicement. This is the true party. Because as Jupiter goes in and out of Cancer a little bit, it'll retrograde back into Gemini for a little bit, but it will continue on, and then it'll go to Leo at the beginning of the year. Then it will retrograde back into Cancer, and finally be out of Cancer June 2027. So what I'm saying is Jupiter is going to be in Cancer for a year. So when we understand time, we have a fake time layered upon a real time. And in between that real time and fake time is Western astrology, which skews the reality even more, to whereas the conversation that I'm having with y'all is about real-time transits. Not factoring in Western astrology, no shade, no tea, no disrespect, and not factoring in the Gregorian calendar, no shade, no disrespect, no tea. But our mind have been colonized if we think that January 1st is the new year. The new year, the concept of a year is Jupiter transiting through a sign. And each sign that Jupiter transits in is the law for which we should follow. Now, Jupiter is in Cancer. The law is the mother. The law is the matriarch, because in 86,000 BC, Cancer was the rising sign. And during this time, there was a revolution throughout the planet called matriarchy. And previous to that, the rising sign was in Libra, Virgo. These are all goddesses. These are all matriarchal energies that are much different from the patriarchal energies that say all you need to do is have money. All you need to do is take care of yourself, right? And everything will be fine. Well, that is what is going to increase the mental illness. Because then the 10th house is so toxic that you'll start looking at your job as if that's your family. One's in the chat, if that makes sense. You'll start looking at your extracurricular activities like that's your family. You'll start looking at your online forums and your Facebook groups as the people that you're looking forward to talk to and be around and be perfectly fine with it. But the way for which we are able to even talk on these computers and sustain our lives is through the function of families, because the genius wasn't somebody that I knew. The genius was in somebody else, other family, that two people came together to create this being. And now this being is creating laptops so we could go live and you could be on your phone. A genius created that phone. A genius was birthed out of a divine feminine being. And the way for which the dharma of life is found in Cancer and Capricorn, it is found within the confines of a family and how to function in a family. Because one thing's for sure, we can't negate Capricorn in the formulation of what is called a family, because a family needs that money on, okay? To buy a house, to furnish the house, to pay the bills that's coming every month or every quarter. You got to be able to do something in the world. That's why it's a tropic of Capricorn, and it's also a tropic of Cancer. So ultimately, the focus is now on Cancer, though. The focus is on, how do I show up for my family? Period. Now, the disconnect to this particular energy for the whole year is going to be you not giving a fuck about your family, or not needing a family because you're a rolling stone that gathers no moss. You a young hoe. You a city boy. Man, these girls ain't shit. Man, these niggas ain't shit. Well, fine. Fine. But we're also looking at the world through a realistic lens and saying that the foundation for civilization throughout the planet is a family. And Jupiter is saying, well, this is just a law. Once again, it's a law that you shouldn't commit crimes, but people commit crimes every single day. So once again, in order to digest Jupiter, you gonna have to go beyond the human understanding of reality, right? So how do we break this down? How do we understand this in real terms? You can only understand this in the realms of chakras, because each planet is connected to a chakra. However, each chakra is a specific level of consciousness. Okay? And if you do not raise your levels of consciousness, peep what I said. I didn't say intelligence. I didn't say finances. I said consciousness, awareness. Awareness. So the first chakra is the root chakra. And this is the grounding chakra. And this is consciousness, because you are an electrical being. And if you ever dealt with any electrical things where you had to touch and deal with anything electrical, the first step to all dealing with electricity in any capacity is that one needs to ground the electricity or ground oneself. Because the grounding is going to allow the energy to balance itself out so you don't get zapped. The grounding is going to be the actual reality that the energy is there in the first place. Because if your root chakra is not balanced, then you are just a human being on the earth, not plugged in to what is your life force energy. It is the ground that you walk on. This is how you ground yourself. This is not mumbo jumbo. This is not hocus pocus. This is reality. So if you're not even there yet, right, you're just in survival mode. So when you're in survival mode, you're not treating your husband right. You're not treating your wife right. You're not treating your children right when you're in survival mode. You're just trying to survive. And in the midst of trying to survive, you mean well, you intend well, you love, you have a deep relationship with everybody around you, but you haven't awoken to the fact of who you are. You are connected to the earth. The earth in you is one entire being. Because when you say earth and you scramble the words up, you got heart. Your heart is beating. So if I had a fucking laptop, one would say the laptop is working when it is plugged the fuck in. But if I unplug it, this shit's, I mean, it's going to work for a certain time. Guess what? And then it's what it's going to do when you don't plug it for a certain amount of time. It eventually dies. What do humans do? They eventually die. Now, what am I saying? I'm saying that if you do chakra work, you're not going to die. You probably, if you did chakra work and you raise your awareness to who you are as a spiritual being, no, you don't die. Maybe the vessel is going to die, but the soul never dies. That's the point of all of this shit. But if you never even get there because you're too busy going back and forth to work every fucking day, you're not even, because once again, the way to the spirit is through the ancestors. The ancestors come through your children. So therefore, it was a point in time where we knew in Cancer that Uncle Joe was coming back. And then in Scorpio, Uncle Joe would be reborn as my son or as my daughter. And we knew exactly who this soul belongs to. In this world that we live in today, we just having sex and having babies. And in this world today, the babies don't even have a fucking family because the parents are in survival mode. So the best we can do here, take this phone, take this tablet, watch this TV, get the fuck out my face because I got money to make. I'm just trying to survive. Okay, now bring it back into the sacral chakra. The sacral chakra is the seat of desire. If you manage to get a leg up in society, you've understood the basic rule of prosperity and flow, and you've become a magnet to your desires, that's where a lot of people are stuck because every day they spending money. Give me a second. Every day they thinking about what they need to buy and what they need to get. Rich people, poor people, all consumers. And the consumer culture is a propaganda because not too long ago, the propaganda was sharecropping. And before that, it was plantations. And before that, it was little small agricultural clusters where we all had shared resources because I had tomatoes, you had potatoes, and he had green beans. I would bring a couple of my green beans to the pot. He would bring his tomatoes. We'll bring our tomatoes, and we had a little community. But now the propaganda is to consume, to buy. Every 6 months, they telling you to buy a new cell phone, you know? And people who got money, I just heard Joe Budden say, shit, when they drop the new iPhone, I buy 7 of them, just in case. And that to me says humans are at the second chakra at best. Because the solar plexus chakra is the chakra where you're following the law of your body, the law of the land, the law of the universe. And in every situation, you do what's right. In your mind, you think about the right thing. You plan on doing the right thing. Not the right thing according to society, but the right thing according to your soul. So the thing about the solar plexus chakra or solar plexus chakra consciousness is the reality that the things that I want done in life can't actively be done by me. So in the root chakra, I believe that I got to do everything for myself. But when Jupiter enters Cancer, you have to understand that God is on your side completely. And if you don't fully and truly believe in that, you're not going to follow the law, because you're going to step in and you're going to be trying to do God's work. You know, you're going to be trying to force the issue, and forcing the issue. If you ever been a hard worker, you know, the harder that you work, the digger the hole you're going to dig yourself. The bigger the hole you're going to dig yourself, rather. So I say all of this to say Jupiter is a realization that, for one, you are a spiritual being, and two, you have a higher self. Jupiter is the higher self. Okay. Most people do not exist in the world with a higher self, but the ones that do, rich as a motherfucker, okay, in love like a motherfucker, in motion. You don't know what the fuck these people got going on, for real, but they got it going on. Why? Because they let God into their life. They let God say, hey, they let their higher self say, hey, nigga, you don't know. I know. Sister, you don't know. I know. And this is and as a human, you come into the complete submission of your higher self. And once again, when Jupiter comes into the play, he like, this situation that you got going on is fucked up. We about to end it. So what do the individual do? The individual start crying. The individual starts being sad. The individual start being scared. Oh no, what I'm going to do about this job that I just got fired from? Solar plexus chakra is whatever happens, it's happening for a divine reason. If you haven't reached there, some shit have happened, you still ain't hold on, you still holding on to it. That's when you know your solar plexus is not, you're not in unison with your solar plexus chakra. When the fact that your baby dad cheated on you is a non-factor, that's when you know your solar plexus is active. But if I said your baby dad cheated on you and you felt that pit in your stomach, you still hurt from it, you still making it be the thing, that's hold on. You still making it be the thing that's holding you back, your solar plexus chakra is dormant or inactive. You know, it is the seat of your emotional life. It is the ultimate filter of what's right and what's wrong for you. This is not a point of argument within yourself. This is not a point of, you know, should I? No, you absolute, everything that you do is in the realm of absolute. But it's a second caveat to that. It's not in reference to you being selfish. It's in reference to you understanding the polarity of Cancer in reference to Capricorn. It is in understanding the things that you absolutely need and the sacrifices that you absolutely have to take. It is the Cummings tools of the Cummings tools. Or else you will stay dormant in your um sacral chakra seat of desire. So what I want, or else my way or the highway. Them is not paradigms for a successful relationship. A relationship, a family, a motherfucker gotta be so crystal clear on themselves and everybody around them. And they gotta be so proactive. Because if you're not rich and you can't hire cleaners, that means your ass is up every day cleaning. That means you in your child's mind frame. You gotta form this motherfucker. Because if you just let these motherfuckers go, they'll just resort to goop. I mean, you gotta form these niggas' minds. You gotta make sure they reading. You gotta make sure they know how to write. If you don't do it as a parent, my question is, who the fuck gonna do it? Because when I was growing up, I grew up in a time of angels, big brother, big sister. Motherfuckers was just coming around the woodworks like, come here, young blood. Let me school you on how the game work. And I would sit there like, thanks, mister. I appreciate it. I'd be go home telling my mama shit. Mom, I just learned some shit. It was just, she was like, oh, I didn't even know that, son. You smart. Nowadays, everybody fending for themselves. And I say this all to say, if you're not here to pour into your children, who is? And if you came into this world without the mother and father, please DM me and tell me how this fucking happened. Because you might be Jesus. We can market that shit. I'm telling you. But for the rest of y'all that was born out of a Cancer mother, Capricorn father, there is a gap between what you needed and what you got. Okay? You don't exploit that gap and say, I ain't about to bring no kids into this world. You fill that gap by saying, I'm going to be the parent that my parents never was to me. And that's just how this fucking game goes. Right? You don't fucking be in your sacral chakra because your mama and daddy wasn't shit. Well, my daddy, I got to talk about my mom every time I get a reading, hood. I got to talk about my dad because, my parents, they don't even understand me because, they abandoned me. And okay, I get it. It happened, but you're stuck at the sacral chakra, my friend. And you can right all of those wrongs because you can have a child and you could sign that motherfucker up for taekwondo. Okay. You could put that motherfucker in football. You could go to Florida, get an apartment right off the Gulf Coast and take the baby out on the Gulf Coast and tell him to do yoga. You know what I'm saying? Off the Gulf Coast. The nigga lungs going to be big as a goddamn all outdoors. He's going to be the fastest nigga on the planet. You could do that because you got consciousness. Don't say, oh, I grew up so fucked up and I would never want my children to experience that. So therefore, I'm not even going to have kids. And there you missing the plot. You a goddamn human being. Okay. You is not, what do you think you are? So people will be like, I'm a black person before I'm a before I'm a comedian, before I'm a accountant, before, and all of these things are labels that niggas have created at your base level. You was creating out of two people fucking, okay? At the base level, okay? You can throw up all the little snazzy, dazzy, things, but ultimately God have a plan in reference to society and humans, okay? There is a way for us to get to a point where we can actively know, but we can't live in a world where we live in ignorance. So Jupiter dispels darkness, right? Jupiter brings light. So what I'm saying is our ideas represent darkness. What we've experienced, what we've negatively internalized represents darkness. That is the metaphor. It's not talking about if you go outside and it's dark outside and here come Jupiter, now it's light outside. It could mean that back in the days when it was like, a very bright star. But in reality, in the metaphysical reality sense, you are a spiritual being. And that's Jupiter's message. And every year could be an amazing year if you follow these Jupiter transits and you understand what the year is about. Because Jupiter is the Dharma. Jupiter is the law. And if you in Jupiter in Cancer, I will say is a beginning. 2013, my son was born in 2013. And I remember the mindset for which I was at when he was born. It was a complete and total shift of what I had going on. I thought my life was going to be, riding in Cadillacs, picking up girls and dropping girls off. I had a son. I got a job at the Gap like the next day. I had money in my pocket and everything, but I said, no, this baby needs stability. The last time Jupiter was in Cancer, something came over me and said, man, I need to get me a job at the Gap. Okay. I need to get out the trap and go to the Gap. Okay. What I'm saying is, if you are spiritually sensitive, you can feel the shift that's taking place, to whereas you don't understand what's happening because you might be a little too selfish. But if you can grasp what is happening, you will not be selfish. You will pour into your family. You will pour into your husband. You will pour into your wife. You will pour into your children. Hood, I don't got none of that. I ain't never been in a relationship. You're going to put yourself in a position to get into a damn relationship. You're going to get real about this shit. You're going to heal in reference to them past relationships. You're going to call some people and make amends with people. You're going to find peace in your heart. You're going to play that India Ari and put it on repeat. I am ready for love. You're going to burn fucking roses, okay? You're going to drink tea. You're going to go to the gym. You're going to press that shit. You know what I'm saying? You're going to do some shit. You're going to cut that hair. You're going to get some muscles. You're going to put yourself in a position. You're going to listen to that Indiari. I am ready. Because you can't just say, well, I'm single. I never been in a relationship. I had my heart broke when I was 16, hood. I tell you this every reading. My heart was broken, hood. It's still broke for real when I'm honest. Because I was in a relationship with a good woman, hood. She was a good woman. For no reason, I said, you probably gonna cheat on me, you stupid motherfucker. And I kicked her out, hood. What do that mean? Can you help me with that? You gotta heal. Okay, you gotta heal the heart. Cancer is the heart. It's how you're going to relate to the people around you. That is the law. I don't make up the words. Okay. But what we're talking about is luck. All right. Jupiter is the planet of luck. Right. And the thing about luck, you need some of that shit. You need some of that shit, man. Well, you need some of that shit, man. Don't bullshit me. I don't need no manhood because I take care of myself. All right, you got that. You don't need no man. You can take care of yourself. You got that. I'm not gonna argue with you, but your ass needs some luck. All right. And so when you start to think about the particular energies throughout the year, and you want to be on the winning side of this particular thing, you got to figure out what the law is so you can go against the path of least resistance. So when we get into these particular rising signs, think about it in that aspect. Shit, I want this, because what the fuck do we know is going to happen? Y'all motherfucker, I got plans. I got plans, hood. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do this, and then the phone call. Miss Washington? Yes, this is her. This is some extremely bad news that you weren't prepared for. Oh no. I can't believe it. We all need some luck, okay? Because nothing is stopping that damn phone. Nothing is that you ever been walking, Mr. Anthony? Yeah, excuse me. You've been summoned. Oh, motherfucker. We all need some luck. We don't need nobody trying to surprise us, because one is good luck and one is bad luck, right? You could be the top of the goddamn company at the call center, right? But then at the same time, You done passed gas and it felt wet when you passed gas when you was doing a speech on how good you was doing this month. Employee of the month, Cindy, you shark in front of everybody. That's bad luck. Now the job is saying, man, we actually got to fire you because this is just too embarrassing for the culture. You know, you was a great worker, but we got to fire you. All right. So you is not about effort. Jupiter is not about effort. See, the thing about effort is some root chakra shit that haven't been realized. Because you can get a beautiful person to be in a relationship with, and you like, oh, they're so beautiful. I'm going to show them effort. And what's going to happen? You're going to be broke. You're going to be, you know, out of opportunities. You're going to be lonely. And you be confused. I did everything for her. I did everything for him. I showed so much effort, right? And then when you found love, what's the key point to love? You be coming in there, you know what I'm saying? Shirt all off, jelly rolls all a hanging. And that nigga be looking like, girl, you so goddamn sexy, right? You just be yourself, you know, no effort, you know, no makeup, no weave, no lineup. It's effortless, right? That's the real thing. You doing something that you love and you done did it for so long and you love doing it, you will find the effortlessness within it. And that's Cancer. But once again, you got to be clear. You got to be so clear and you can't be operating from trauma because we get into these situations, we get into these relationships from trauma, have sex from trauma, kid from trauma, kid raised from trauma. The cycle never stops. And it might not be your family, but you know, ride through the east side or the west side for a time or two. Take a left on that road that many people don't travel through. Go through that dead end and see what's going on in these households, you know. A lot of unchecked trauma, okay? So from this year, from June 2nd to June 26, 2027, Jupiter will be in Cancer. The interesting thing about all of this is from now, today even, which is a Thursday. Well, no. Yeah, today is a Thursday. Today is the 18th. Jupiter rules Thursday. Today, Jupiter enters into the nakshatra of Pushaya. That means it is in full exaltation from July 18th to August 18th. So once again, if you're in a world where it's just you, everybody's against you, there's nobody to save you, everybody is mean, everybody is evil, keep going how you going. Keep doing what you're doing. But if you believe in a higher power, if you believe within yourself that you have a higher self, this particular month is a complete shift in your particular reality. What I'm saying is for years, it could have felt like you was running in place. Okay? For years, you could feel like you have been making no traction. You could have been feeling like you had the best intention. You could have been living in the worst living environment. You could have not had no car. You could have been in situations where you never seen yourself in, but yet and still you are in it. This particular time, and it's not a month, it's from June 18th to August 18th, your reality is going to flip. Now, the thing of it is it may magically flip for no reason for some people. Now, because one would say, you said my reality was flipping and still say the same. What's the caveat that I got to be so clear on? If you don't believe in a higher power, please just you might as well not even listen to this video because Jupiter in Cancer is 110% your belief in a higher power. And the idea of a higher power is that it has a level of intelligence, it have a level of wisdom. So the individual does not have that. I don't care what you did, how you did it. LeBron James, greatest basketball player ever, Donald Trump, the president, Secret Service, you got a ranch in Texas, 50 acres, you got horses, you got billions of dollars. Elon Musk is a trillionaire. Nobody is the holder of Dharma. No human. No human. It is a complete and utter spiritual thing. And you have to understand that. So concepts like hope, faith, meditation, understanding, overstanding, um, not being easily angered or easily emotional, prayer. If you a Christian, read the Bible. If you Islam, read the Quran. If you New Age, read the fucking Kabbalion. Okay, the individual, no matter who we are, no matter how far we get, no matter how many books we've read and went through and parsed through, in the present moment, one has to submit to God. And what I mean is the wisdom of God. In order for us to exist within our family dynamics, we have to be present. Cause your son's gonna come in the crib with a screw face, and you will say, "Damn, this nigga needs some attention, but I gotta go to work." So what you say? The oodles and noodles is in the cabinet. You can order you some chicken wings on DoorDash if you get hungry, but don't spend too much. I'll see you later. All right. Whole time he needed a hug. He needed to go to the goddamn river. You know what I'm saying? Go fish. He needed a different environment. He needed attention. He needed love. But survival mode is saying, I can't give him that. When you have a higher self and you have a soul and you come into contact with them, one of the key points of this motherfucking shit is that this nigga been patient with your black ass or white ass or yellow ass or red ass for years. You was doing pills, you was having sex, you was having fun, you was eating ice cream multiple times a fucking day. You know what I'm saying? Jupiter rules the solar plexus. Jupiter is the planet of expansion. And, some of us been expanding some in our bellies. Okay. That is when your solar plexus chakra is not activated. Okay. That's when your solar plexus is dormant. And not to say, I mean, you could be big and you could be eating right, living right, doing the things that you need to do, but you might not be losing no weight. But that won't mean that your solar plexus is dormant. It just means shit. It was dormant. You got the goddamn receipts. You know what I mean? Flabby skin. You got the goddamn receipts. But at the end of the day, we can all get into a particular vibration and energy by understanding how this thing works. So think of this year as the year of family, but also think of it in the shadow of Capricorn, whereas Cancer is not Cancer without resources, nor, and the key point to this shadow work is a life ain't a life without a family. Okay. Well, I know people hood that they done live their whole life single with no kids. And they told me it was great being 85 years old in a nursing home with nobody to come see you. And when they seen the other old ladies see their family, they was actually happy that their kids didn't come see them. Cause they would have had to be hugging them and kissing them and saying, I miss you and I love you and stuff. Like, who wants to do that? So yeah, I'm gonna just be single and by myself. And then when I get to a nursing home, when I get older, nobody gonna come see me. I'm gonna love it. Nobody seeing me at the nursing home. I can imagine it now in my 1-bedroom apartment looking out the window. This is exactly how I want to live the rest of my life. Yep. Just by myself. I jokes and I kid. So we're talking about Jupiter and we're talking about Gravity. Gravity. Gravity, the etymology of gravity is weight. Jupiter is the weighty one. Now, gravity is a law, right? It's some niggas that say they don't believe in gravity, and I feel them because we can argue everything. But at the same time, if I jump up, gravity gonna pull me down. If I throw this water bottle that's in front of me in the air, it's gonna come down. So what do we know about wisdom and light? Gravity and light, if you never understood or understood it, the planetary lights, the sun, the moon, these lights are able to be pulled into this planet by what? Your chakras. Your chakras are receivers and transmitters of light. This is what we call life. Now, the reason that we become selfless, the reason that we become generous is because you niggas paid nothing for Jupiter to give you wisdom. You niggas gave no money to the sun to shine on you when you was at the beach getting a tan. You paid niggas to go to the beach, but you didn't pay the sun. The sun generously, if I wanted to grow a tomato, the sun doesn't say, nah, nigga, not gonna be able to do it. I need $50. It's growth fee. Sun never did that. So the Dharma is also, first of all, we're magnets to planetary light, universal light. That's one fucking amazing thing, which one would call meditation, or the gravity of Jupiter coming into my being so I can do what? Make better fucking decisions. So I can do what? Feel better about my existence. But what's the caveat? If I'm selfish, then all I'm going to do is think about myself. Looking out my window, 1-bedroom apartment, reflecting on being 95 in a nursing home, doing the same shit. And a nigga would tell me, man, I watch all of your videos in a 1-bedroom apartment by yourself. Yup. I don't even need to be in a relationship. Actually, it's like when you think about a relationship, it's kind of stupid, right? Because it's like this person love you and stuff. You love them and y'all just grow together and be together forever. That's stupid, hood. That's dumb. And what I'm saying is, you might need to go home because that's another level of family. You might need to go to your familial house and love on your mama, love on your daddy, heal some of that trauma, right? Because it it should not escape you, right? It should, when Jupiter comes into your life. I mean, it's a natural progression. It's a certain level of self love, right? Imagine you loving on yourself physically, right? You got that fucking gel in your hair, so it's all curly and shiny. You got a fresh lineup. You know what I'm saying? That shit taper. You got on some ill fly linen. You and your Jupiter energy. What is Jupiter? A social planet. So you at the function. You looking good. And you like, nah, I don't even want to talk to nobody. So where's this energy coming from? It's coming from you not loving yourself, not taking care of yourself, not replacing the darkness with the light. When you feel with darkness, you don't, for one, you're not going to take care of yourself. So if somebody dealing with you in the energy of you not taking care of yourself, seeing your light, then that's exactly what you're going to get. You magnetize in darkness. But when you get the wisdom, depending on the particular energy of the chart or whatever the case may be, because you could have the aesthetic figured out. You might need to learn selflessness. You might need to learn service. There's things that you have to particularly go through to get it. And one of those things that you absolutely have to get before you get to the fourth house, fifth house, third eye, crown chakra, is that you're not in particularly control. And part of this thing is to learn. So Jupiter, guru, rules the ninth house. The ninth house is the house of higher education. Higher education is not college. Higher education is not graduate school. Higher education is not getting a PhD. Higher education is the ability to sit your motherfucking ass down, okay, and merge with your higher self to the point that the foolish decisions that you was making, you no longer make them. You know your solar plexus is activated when you would have ate some fucking hot pockets not too long ago, and now you in the produce section, right? Shopping organic, right? Maybe you went from eating pork to now you only eat chicken and fish. Maybe you was doing the, chicken and fish. Now you went to your vegetarian lifestyle. This comes from sitting your ass down and being gentle with yourself. Because what is fight or flight? Man, I'm just hungry. I just need to get some, man. McDonald's open. Let's go to McDonald's. Let me get a quarter pounder with cheese, double cheese, fries, milkshake. Oh, thank you. And then you, man, that shit was nasty. That shit was gross, but at least I ain't hungry. Well, I'll cook something tomorrow. Just had to get something to eat. Mommy, can I have some McDonald's? Sure, baby. I don't feel like cooking no way. Certain levels is no Jupiter. Certain levels is Jupiter. You see a motherfucker meal prepping. You because Cancer is the mother. It's the Yemaya. It's the great mother. And the great mother gives, right? But the great mother is also supported by a strong Capricorn, the resources, the protector, the provider, the one that is, willing to climb the mountain for the family. Now, all of this is like some old traditional back in the day shit for a lot of people. So when Jupiter enters into Cancer and you're just trying to do the same shit that you've been doing, it's not going to feel right. And you're going to experience the other level of luck, right? Bad luck. You can't, and it's not about being a sucker or not being taken advantage of, right? It is your law, it is your dharma, whatever that is. And for some of it, it's to go get it. And then for some of us, it's to maintain it. For some of us, it's to heal and restore it. I got this family, I got this relationship, and I need to make the best out of it. I have these children, I have to make the best out of it. And then the awareness of Jupiter would be like, well, if I do this, what am I gonna get out of it? So if you have no awareness of Jupiter, the answer to all of Cancer energy is nothing, right? Self-satisfaction, following the law, right? Nothing specifically, nothing directly. It's just a spiritual protection that one would call luck. That's what you get out of it. Oh, why you being nice to her after she done cheated on you and this, that, and the third? Or why you doing this for him? Or why you doing da 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 da? Because it's the law. You ever heard the saying, you made your bed, now lay in it? That's Cancer energy. Sometimes your grandma didn't want to motherfucking cook, goddamn breakfast for all your goddamn cousins. She wanted to stay in that bed with Papa, watch her damn stories. She got up, made y'all asses some breakfast, 17 plates. Ain't nobody say thank y'all. You just ate all that shit, went upstairs to go play, or you know what I'm saying, just being your own little kid vibe. The mother does things for the family every single day, all day. That is a hard job from that particular aspect. To do that without Capricorn's energy is out of balance. You're supposed to do that with Capricorn, providing the resources, because how you going to be in your Cancer nurturing emotional energy, which is a 24-hour job. Okay, a baby needs the mother, an infant needs the mother, especially if they're getting breastfed. 24 hour, you need 24-hour access. Okay, and it never really truly stops until, you know, they get fully grown. And even then, if we was to get completely tribal, the family unit is the family unit, and the mother's role, the father's role are pretty standard. Now when we reflect on the black condition, y'all got all types of problems with what I just said. A issue with it, one way or another. And I'm not saying it to pass judgment or say what's right or wrong. I'm just giving you the astrological energy. And I'm also saying, if I'm 40 years old, in my lifetime, I've seen this dynamic play out. Granddad work at the mine, grandma don't work and take care of the kids in the family 24/7. And maybe there was complaints, but this new system, it's goddamn complaints too. This new system of Cancer having to divide into Capricorn and Cancer, meaning it's normal for a mom to say, I got a job. Of course, I have a job. I got to take care of these kids. That's just kind of some shit that we just say we don't think about because, hey, got to take care of the kids. But I urge you, if you haven't entered into this dynamic yet and you want to enter into this dynamic yet, do so with a Capricornian energy. Now, I'm not saying he have to be a Capricorn. He could be a fucking Pisces, but he got to take care of business. He got to provide the resources. Right. And it's like, well, you can't do it in this economy. You got to work with two incomes. This is where God comes into play at. Because another thing about grandma and granddad, they was at church every Sunday, right or wrong. They had structure, they had resources, and what we did as millennials, especially millennials, Gen X's, they tried to go to church. But the church was gone. The church was somewhere. The church had been bought out by the Illuminati or some shit like that. And millennials, we stopped going to church completely. We live a complete and secular understanding. But yet, when we get into concepts of like astrology, we want to be down with it. We want to have it, support us and bring out the best version of us. But the best version of us is when we unify our masculine and feminine halves and we operate from active chakras, from the root to the crown as a couple, to whereas us as a polarity coming together, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, we become the magnet to our desires. To whereas all of a sudden, the man becomes a 1% man that is able to provide. Or the way that the family lives, to whereas dad, he only make a certain amount of money, but we live in a trailer park to subsidize it. In the trailer park, The trailer parks be cool to me. I don't if I would live in a trailer park, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Cause it just seems it might be small, but at the same time, people get a big ass house and we just still this human being. You know, whatever situation you have is a point to be grateful. But having a particular situation where the mother can be the mother and the father can be the father is always going to be ideal. And then you could always, play with this shit, right? The dad could be an excellent cook, an excellent caregiver, an excellent nurturer, and the wife could be a boss ass bitch, 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 bitch. She a boss ass bitch, 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 and she fulfilling her Capricorn role, and y'all living in a fucking 5,000 square foot, you know, palace. But once again, if we trying to get everybody on the same polarity, everybody to the same dimension, then you're going to have a struggle. But once again, we're understanding Jupiter as a light code, okay? A light code that anybody can find access to if they get over their survival mode, if they get over their lust, they get over their desire and they start to see themselves. So the awareness of the solar plexus chakra is sitting in the mirror like, God damn, I'm fat. Let me get to this goddamn treadmill. Let me get to this nature walk. Let me start to do the things that I need to do. Let me stop eating this bullshit, right? And let me get this stomach together because once again, you'll become more attractive for one, and for two, you'll start to love yourself a little bit more. You'll start to feel better when you look down and see, oh shit, I'm kind of bringing sexy back. What does Cancer rule? Cancer rules the stomach. So the stomach can be, a huge mess, or it could be a refined six pack. Okay. The choice is yours. You could get with this, you could get with that. All right. So I'm about to get ready to get into the Jupiter and Cancer through the rising signs. So if you want to stay tuned for that, be sure to do so. But I'm breaking this down into three categories over this next year based upon the three cards associated with Cancer. The major tarot card is the Chariot. So the understanding and overstanding. Hold on. Let's do some reading real quick. The consciousness of the Chariot is inwardly attuning oneself to a goal. This is the thirst for adventure, boldness, conscious of goal, and assertive will. Encourages that you would tackle the matter immediately, decisively, and purposefully. If you look at the Chariot card, if you ever get a chance, you'll see a vehicle and you will also see a being within said vehicle. This is an analogy or a metaphor for the human. And the thing about the particular human is that it is able to move through the planetary energies with no hands, with no support, specifically with his mind and his ability to be aware of subtle and higher energies. And all it takes is for a person to calm down, to breathe deeper, to get into that diaphragm, and to just calm the mind down. And you will begin to receive the wisdom of the soul. It's not trying to hide it from you, but you might be trying to hide it from yourself through the hyper uh mental compulsions that's going on, all because of algorithms and technology. So the minor tarot cards, which we're going to focus on, are the Two of Cups, the Three of Cups, and the Four of Cups, which is love, abundance, and luxury. So this year is the year of love. And when you do what you love, you receive an abundance of what you love. And when you receive that abundance of what you love and you have it and you know what you've created, you know how you've created it, you have a certain level of comfort and a certain level of luxury. Okay. That is the goal of the year. That is the goal of the transit. So let me show you a visual one time and let me check this text message really quick. Peace to the tribe, peace to the collective. So once again, do what you love. Do what you love. Figure out what you love. Figure out what you could give to. Like, what could you give freely? How can you give openly without wanting anything in return? That's love. And that thing that loves you is going to do that same towards you. So you have this forever fountain of energy. You have this forever fountain of magnetism. Doing what you love creates abundance. Abundance realized in a positive sense is luxury. And when you get into the etymology, look up the etymology of luxury. You have two words. You have lux, which is light. Okay. But and when you look up the etymology, it is talking about, I want to read it specifically. So when you look up the etymology of luxury, it is sexual intercourse, lasciviousness, sinful self indulgence, sensual pleasure. Okay. Latin, luxuria, excess, extravagant living, profusion, delicacy. But that is a misnomer, right? Because it's like, it's to me, is to throw you off the sense of what luxury truly is in reference to Jupiter. Because if you just look up the word lux, Lux, which is not in the etymology, lux is a unit of illumination. Lux means light. Okay. So the ability to transmute and to work with your light body through meditation, through consciousness, through awareness, through generosity, through subtleness, right? You can feel this energy surge up within you to whereas, for me, it's just a deeper love for my wife that I didn't even, not to say it's just a deeper a part of me. I'm not even gonna say it because it's kind of crazy, but it's not. I didn't ever do it, but I would be going to like the gas station to get some gas, and I'll be seeing them honey packs, and I would say in my mind like, "Damn, I should get a honey pack and just surprise her." But the thing why I'm saying it is because like when I get home, like I didn't get the honey pack or whatever, but then we'll be doing our little thing and I would feel like I actively took the honey pack, like I like, and it been happening for like the past couple of days, and I just been thinking like, damn, you don't gotta actively take the honey pack. You could just think you could trick your mind into saying like I took the honey pack. So I'm just saying like utilizing your mind to just to be in a space where you just receptive, and you will start to see like God is just like in everything that you do. And it's like Jupiter is everywhere, it's ubiquitous, but it takes your consciousness to be aware of it. So it's like for me, it's just like, damn, I don't know what would have happened if I took this damn honey pack. I probably would have fucking, like, you know what I'm saying, I fucking blew up or some shit like that. You know, it's like, damn, I'm already in just this energy. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the best is yet to come with this particular year. It's just now beginning. The energy is just now shifting. What we could also see government wise, as Jupiter was in Gemini, we was going through a war in Iran. And as Jupiter transits into Pashaya, Trump, surrendered, right? So we can also bear witness to that. And we could credit the alignment with that particular reality. Because in reference to Jupiter being in Gemini, I heard people just always talking about, Trump and Israel, they'll never leave the war because of Israel. And now, today you turn on the news, Israel just talking shit about Trump in America. Like, how could y'all do this? How could y'all, not fight with us? But it's like, I say all of this to say things that we never thought would happen could happen, right? But if you in the proper energy, you make yourself receptive. So once again, if you don't got nobody to love, the first person you need to start loving is yourself. And there's so many ways that you can love yourself. You should not be bored with this particular concept. So I'm about to get into Jupiter through the rising signs, Jupiter in Cancer. So if you don't know your rising sign, take a moment or two, go on astroseek.com, pull up your sidereal astrology chart, look up your birthday. Hopefully, you have your time of birth in your first house. Whatever sign that's going to be your first house is going to be your rising sign. Even more precisely, whatever sign your ascendant line is in would be your particular rising sign. And so, your rising sign in my astrological perspective is more important than your sun sign, more important than your moon sign, because your rising sign is where all of your karma lies. So it is who you are attempting to be. Your sun and your moon would just be kind of like your tools that you can use, but your rising sign is the house that you're actually going to build or not build, because we're also dealing with a level of potential. So this is going to be an exciting read if you do know your rising sign, as it is taking place. Cancer is in my 10th house, outside of my moon, and this is supposed to be an exciting year for my particular career. So, I'm going to do my part in it. I'm not going to overwork, but I am going to believe in God. I am going to burn my sage. I am going to do my meditation. I'm going to do my work, and I'm going to serve the collective, my community, and my family selflessly. That's just me. Do your own thing. And on the flip side, I'll be right back with my infomercial. And after my infomercial, we can get into the Jupiter through the houses. Peace to the tribe, peace to the collective. Make sure you like the video, share the video for those who might want to get a Jupiter and Cancer reading. And with all that being said, subscribe to the channel if you have not already.
I'm getting ready to get my infomercial in, and then we're going to go into the libation. The information, everybody got to have an infomercial or end up in the poorhouse. You see what I'm saying?
I show you, brother Bobby. All right, man. Make sure you hit up Amazon.com. Search up Kyrie Anthony. That's me. I have some books. If you're new here, you're like, damn, I need some spiritual books to tap into, man. I'm trying to get right in my spirit, you know. I'm trying to understand astrology more. I'm trying to understand hood. You was in this video, you was talking about solar plexus chakra, you was talking about Jupiter, man. You got any literature on that particular subject, man? I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. Holla at your boy, right? I got spiritual being having a human experience. I had to just grab it real quick. I want to get to a point in this book. It's called Chakra Astrology, right? And Chakra Astrology, I'm going to just read a paragraph. In this section, it's called the solar plexus in Jupiter, okay? The solar plexus is associated with Tiferet, Sephiroth on the tree of life, which represents our inner and outer beauty as humans. Focusing on the solar plexus, we can expand our inner beauty and radiate it into the world. Tifereth is also associated with Jupiter, which can symbolize growth and expansion. So I get into, Jupiter and astrology, but then I get into the subconscious mind, right? Because in the ancient world, Jupiter symbolized the term sub love or under the sky, which represents the realm of the subconscious mind. So ultimately, you know, things that I'm touching on in this particular video, you could dive deeper into it if you have spiritual being having a human experience. The book is not expensive. You know what I'm saying? It's available on the Amazon. They'll ship to you within a week. You know what I'm saying? It'll be at your doorstep right along with your goddamn toenail clipper, your soap dish that you got from Amazon. I think you got one of them inflatable couches or something like that. Yeah, it'll come with that, right? And another concept, you know, digestion. So basically, what I'm saying, I get into all different topics on this channel, but I also got books for the individual that want to go deeper into the subject because me, I honestly feel like I'm a teacher. And when I think about being a teacher gotta have textbooks. So not only am I hitting you with, hot mumbo jumbo, I got books filled to the brim, okay? Hot mumbo jumbo, but you got to be able to take your notes, understand or overstand. Because once again, for a lot of people who have bought my books, they just sitting on the shelf collecting dust. All right. So, but not you probably going to buy it, get you a notebook, Chakra Nova, you know what I'm saying? Get into your goddamn root locks, journaling, getting into your damn chakra journey, right? And like I said, these books really are from source in a way that you're not going to get it online and you're not going to get it from Penguin Publishing or some. You're not going to go to a bookstore and find some shit. Not saying like I'm the highest level. I'm just saying this you understand who I am because I'm sitting here talking to you. So the knowledge that I'm coming with is going to be in that same realm. You know what I'm saying? I'm not cussing and talking shit in the books, but I'm saying it's unadulterated, it's pure. I'm not trying to sell you anything besides awareness and to be able to see. And being in this particular study for so long, is certain things that make sense to me. And if they really make sense and I'm able to practice it and apply it and it shows up in my life in miraculous ways over and over and over and over and over again, man, I'm gonna write a goddamn book about it. Okay. But yeah, Amazon.com/Kyrie Anthony peruse. You get your peruse on. You don't gotta buy none. Just take a gander, right? Do what you do. Take a look at the bookage that your boy got going on. Amazon.com, search for Kyrie Anthony, or just Google search Kyrie Anthony, or click the link in the description. It'll send you right to it. Another thing that I've got a link in the description, White Rabbit newsletter. Man, save you some damn money and have a wonderful experience, man. I was on the beach. We went out to the Quinder Cut in Detroit. It's a spot you sit right on the river. I took 6 capsules before I left. So mind you, we drive, that's 20 minutes, and then we walk probably another 2 miles because the Quinder Cut is like it's hard to even explain. It's in the heart of Detroit, right? Downtown, but it's like enclosed. It's like an enclosed walkway downtown that starts like midtown area, and you can like walk all the way to the river. So long story short, I walked to the river. I sat down, sat my yoga mat down, boy. Them things start to kick in. It was so, I mean, I'm just sitting down there. I'm just by the river, yo, like feeling good. You know what I'm saying? Just breathing, you know what I'm saying? And I just sometimes I'll have these experiences and I just be wondering, like, I hope everybody is just feeling good like this because this is just next level. You know what I'm saying? Make sure it's the summertime. Make sure you get out into nature. Make sure you get your camping, river time, lake time, something, you know. And if you just sitting there like, this is boring, this is stupid, man, take you a couple of capsules. You know what I'm saying? It won't be so boring if you feel me. WhiteRabbitPsych.com. We also got the newsletter in the description. Join the newsletter, save some money on your next purchase. Got I personally feel and actually know because I understand business. I'll be around a lot of business. We got the best rewards program for any business. If you could show me a better rewards program than what we got at White Rabbit Psych, um, I got people got coupons. They ain't even, what I'm saying? Like Puff say, I got a Benz that I ain't even drove yet. People on whiterabbitpsych.com, they got coupons that they ain't even used yet because we always doing sales every weekend. So, you can let them stack up and use them whenever you want to, man, because this is not a business, okay? It's a community. So I'm not going to operate White Rabbit Psych as a business. I'm going to operate it with the love and through the love. If you got any questions, comments, or concerns, you can either A, email me, DM me on Gmail, or B, throw a comment in the particular article on the Substack, and either way it'll be replied to. Speaking of Substack, make sure you follow me, join me on substack.com. That is where we're getting all this work done. I even have the Jupiter and Cancer article, all of this stuff that I just been rattling off to y'all. I'm talking about it because I've been studying it for so much, but of course, I had to write an article just to prepare. I like to prepare my videos with an article, but at the same time, you might not want to hear me rambling and gambling. Join the Substack, read the article, be done in less than 3 minutes. All right, let's get into it. This is probably why y'all here in the dang first place. Jupiter and Cancer through the signs. Let me get this slideshow up and running. Let me put me on there. Let me do the little split screen if I can find it. If I can find it. All right. This is what I said I was going to do. All right. So Jupiter and Cancer through the houses. Make sure you know your rising sign, sidereal astrology. That's what I'm basing this off of. If you know your moon sign, you can read that too. It's going to both resonate. The reason why the moon sign will resonate because these are aspects that we're really not dealing with as much as our sun. We kind of fixate and focus on our sun very naturally. We live in a world and it's being taught to us in that fashion. However, within that being taught to you one way, these other ways operate as shadow, operate as hidden figures, right? So we're breaking this reading down into 3 sections. Love, which represents do what you love. All right. Do who you love, do what you love. All right. Every single day. There's no reason not to do what you love, right? And even if you're doing something that you don't love, Hopefully, you're not doing what you don't love for 24 hours a day. Create time throughout the year. Jupiter is the planet of expansion, is the planet of luck to do what you love, to do what? Increase your expansion and increase your luck. And when the more you do what you love, the more you share what you love, Jupiter is a social planet, the more you experience abundance. Money flows when you are aligned to what nourishes you. Okay. So, once again, when we deal with the luxury is the result that you carry into Virgo, you carry it into Libra, you carry it into Scorpio, you carry it throughout the 12-year cycles, because going through Jupiter and Cancer, sleep, man, you don't have no momentum. Okay. This is the time where you take advantage. This is the time where you get into alignment. This is a time where you learn. Jupiter is here to teach and to guide, and is nothing against you or nothing that's going to hold you back. The only way you may feel like that if you're already holding yourself back. So once again, this is a place and a time for meditation. This is a time for opening yourself up to who you possibly can be. Right? We are entering into a new cycle, and this cycle that I've termed emotional integration. This is where you integrate Gemini energies. This is where you integrate the past into a future reality. And when you set the intention in Cancer, you don't set the intention based upon fear. You base the intention on how you want to feel, whether it is bliss, whether it is ease, whether it is dharma. You set that today, and you create the space by what? Doing what you love. All right. I just be bullshit, man. I don't take myself too seriously at all, because I just don't. I wouldn't take myself seriously because I'm not serious. So if I'm taking myself seriously, knowing damn well I'm not serious, I'm sitting here lying to y'all. All right. All right. All right. All right. Shout out to all my Cancer rises. Jupiter is in Cancer and is going to be in your first house. Okay. This is the year of the self. However, we also have 10th house shadow with all of these particular readings. Year of the self, right? So the first house has a 7th house shadow. So one would be living for themselves, completely isolated in the first house. And then if one chooses to live a holistic way, then you understand partnership. And you don't understand partnership from a personal, hyper focused lens, because that's just too much. You don't really know where you're going to find Mr. Right or Mrs. Right at, or what it's going to look like. You just look at it from a lens of society. If you see the world and people are coming together, that's just the lens that you're going to use. Now, if you looking through the lens like everybody I know, all my aunts, all my aunties, they just single and we just sit around and we talk about how men ain't shit. All my uncles, they ain't never married and we just sit around and talk about how women ain't shit. Well, that's your lens. You got to get out of that lens for real. You got to, especially if you desire something different, you got to start looking at a different reality. That's the shadow of the particular first house. So if you think about the first house and you think about the planet of luck and you want to master it, it's just how you show up. It's how you take care of yourself. It's how you feel about yourself. Is when you be so real where you begin to meditate and you say, well, maybe I shouldn't eat chitlins today. Maybe I should eat some salmon and rice. You know what I'm saying? I wanted chitlins, but I just decided on salmon and rice. And you just start making these little changes. And it's not to say people that eat chitlins don't deserve to be in a relationship. I am kind of saying that, but I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be rude. But at the same time, we got to be so real about the reality, the grocery store that we shop at, the food that we intake. Jupiter in Cancer is so serious about what you eat because what you eat represents the ability to receive the wisdom. Because if you eat in Philly cheesesteaks with fries, with malt vinegar and ketchup, and washing it down with a Sprite, you're not going to care about what Jupiter got to say because you're going to be having the itis and you're going to have a food coma. And it's not to say what you eat, it's also how you eat, the frequency of what you eat in, when you break your fast, how you exercise, your ability to do yoga. All of these things increase your luck and increases your chances in realms of relationship. Well, Hood, I'm a Cancer rising and I'm already in a relationship. And when I show up with hoping that everybody kiss my ass because I don't give a fuck. Okay, we're going to change that. We're going to show up with the energy that you are seen, that you are loved, right? And in this particular space, you are creating a new energy in the household. You create in a realm of a person looking at you. First house, Cancer rising, is I'm looking at you, mommy. I'm looking at you, daddy. I'm looking at you, wife. I'm looking at you, husband. And this is what I see. Jupiter is not going to care about nobody's feelings. Okay. Jupiter is not first and second house. It doesn't, it's not trying to rock you to sleep. It's trying to awaken you. It's trying to provide wisdom. And wisdom is not being comfortable in fucked up situations or fucked up realities within yourself. So Jupiter simultaneously aspects your fifth house creativity, your seventh house partnership, and your ninth dharma. So this is Jupiter showing up in three different areas with just so much goodness. And the only thing that is really asking you is to fully look at yourself and show up in the most clear, positive way that you particularly can. You know what I'm saying? Like, you probably not going to do a stream makeover or nothing like that, but I think the reality of doing the work is also going to be enough, right? Just knowing that you've did better than you did yesterday. You was intentional about what you ate. You was intentional about how you left the house. You was intentional about, not letting situations or opportunities pass you by. You was intentional about doing something outside of your comfort zone this weekend. You was just doing the things, especially if you're single and you got Cancer in the first house and you're trying to figure this thing out, like what your purpose is in life. If you Cancer rising, 10 times out of 10, and this is just I could be wrong, but more than likely you just kind of focused in on yourself, and the karma of Cancer rising is in the establishment of the family, and not the establishment of the family, the sustaining of the family. So Cancer rising already got a family, but it's completely chaotic and disruptive and impulsive. Well, then it would be an adjustment. It would be family therapy. It would be the work necessary to show up for your family in ways that you couldn't show up for them. And ultimately this could show up as your duty. So, love, doing what you love, doing who you love is a very important aspect to Cancer rising in this particular year. So, keep your mind open, keep your heart open, and put your best face forward, no pun intended. And when you do this, because the seventh house is not always relegated to personal relationship, is relegated to business relationship. And we got Jupiter in your first and seventh houses. So what does this say? You could show up to the right place at the right time and they say, man, you look like you should be the CEO of this company. You don't even know AI. You don't even know C++, but you look like you could be the CEO of this company. So therefore, you are the CEO of this company because you looked the part, because you went to the bar You throwing them Maury Gators on. You threw on a suit jacket with the open button at the top. You know what I'm saying? You looking good, okay? You giving that energy everywhere you go, and your abundance is what you want. So seventh house, first house, strong relationships is not, we out here kicking cans. We out here trying to figure out who gonna buy the crack rock tonight. No, this like Aunt Viv and Uncle Phil type energy. So the trick of Cancer Rising, first house, Jupiter being in your first house. I want to master luck. You got to look the part. Okay, you got to show up looking the part. Status, career elevation, personal magnetism, open doors, luxury. Right? What is the luxury of this particular energy? It is the felt certainty of being in the right time, being in the right life, being on the right timeline, right? And so when we talk about timelines, we feel like this is something that's out of our control. The timeline in this particular instance, it starts with you. So is this the timeline where you're a CEO? This is the timeline where you're in love. This is the timeline where you're successful, or is this the timeline where you're depressed? Is it a timeline where you just gonna keep throwing on that bonnet and just kind of running out the house in the sweatpants just because you need some goddamn noodles and you don't want to DoorDash it because it costs too much money? So you're just gonna throw on something, run real quick, and the dude gonna be like, "Hey, shorty, what's your name?" But the thing of it is, this nigga look good for real, and he like you kind of feeling embarrassed that you came outside like that, and that'll keep happening to you all year until you figure it out. You got to come looking good, right? Because the timeline is the timeline that you already created within yourself. So hopefully that resonates with the Cancer risings, and we're moving forward. Yeah, this is Vedic sidereal. Somebody asks, is this Vedic? Is Vedic slash sidereal true sidereal? As true sidereal, Jupiter is just now moving into Cancer, but in Vedic, it moved into Cancer like a month ago. But so I don't. I honor and respect Vedic, but I also am a true siderealist. So, Gemini Rising, shout out to all my Gemini Risings. This is the year of foundations. Why? Because Jupiter is in your second house of finances, right? This is the time to get your money together. You're in perfect position to invest. There's so much things to invest in that in the next 5 to 10 years, people are going to be looking like in 2026, in the 1 year, I invested in SpaceX and now I'm a goddamn gazillionaire, right? I'm able to do everything I need to do. I brought property in 2026 or whatever the case may be. I don't necessarily know about property being the best investment unless you're trying to build something from the ground up. But in a certain sense, working with Jupiter is going to give you the suggestion and where you need to kind of invest and spend your money. Because once again, we're also understanding two things. We're understanding Gemini rising and we're understanding Sagittarius. Sagittarius, which is opposite of Gemini, is ruled by Jupiter. Okay. And Jupiter and Sagittarius is not going to college, is not getting your PhD. It's nothing like that. It is raising your consciousness and being bestowed wisdom. Okay. This is a point in your life if you working jobs and you just kind of making you scraping by, or you got cash and these types of things is going on. You got money, but you just living life. You're not really thinking about becoming wealthy. Well, this is the time to make that flip, make that pivot, because wealth is not some type of um one day I just kind of got a lottery ticket and now I'm wealthy. It's too many documentaries that say people that get the lottery, they end up broker than they was before they got the lottery ticket. So guess what? Wealth is a system. Right? And so if you understand the foundation and you can build it up to the compounding interest, then your money begins to make money for you. But once again, the key is, how do I know if she really loves me? I have to sit my ass down and listen to Jupiter. Jupiter ruling Sagittarius, the oppositional energy to Gemini rising. Because the ultimate goal of a Gemini or Gemini rising is to understand people, right? And to understand people, you're going to have to learn yourself. It's like when you think about Castor and Pollux, you have an immortal side to you. You have a part of you that is not always online all the time. You might get glimpses of it. You might have a hope. You might be working towards something. Well, Jupiter being in this particular house, because Jupiter can be somewhat exalted in the second house based upon, especially based upon this relationship to Gemini, because Gemini is basically the sons of Jupiter. Okay. So Castor and Pollux, father is Zeus, but Jupiter is just another, it's a Roman word for Zeus or father Zeus. Okay. So with that being said, there is a higher calling for this particular sign that is beyond what you initially thought that you could be or what you could do. And what that investment is this year is going to be different things for different people. Some people are going to start stores. Some people are going to start food trucks. Some people are going to start businesses. Some people are going to start online. Some people are going to start doing readings. Some people are going to get another job. Some people are going to invest in the stock market. Some people are going to do Forex, right? But within your being, out of all of the ways for which an individual could invest and grow money, that answer is within you. If you don't know what it is, you know, you have to begin to sit in front of your altar with some sage, with some herbs, and meditate. And the key for this, but the key that unlocked this whole reading was from Edgar Casey. Edgar Casey was letting me know that Jupiter is the higher self. And the ways for which people understand Jupiter is by merging with their higher selves. And I'm can't think of the word, emphasizing, okay, emphasizing meditation for Gemini rising, because the the way that you exist in the world is always going to be greater than what you're existing at this particular moment. And that is no shade and no tea. But Gemini, it is a level of expertise. It's a level of, you know, um master, right? Think about all of the Geminis, the Tupacs, the Biggies, right? The Kendrick Lamars, right? That's the type of energy that we're talking about. So when we are Gemini rising, our karma is always going to be on getting to that next level, that nobody got to tell us that you need to get to this next level. That next level is within us. So once again, this is a very psychic year for you. It's a very intuitive year. And once again, it is the foundation. So the idea and the implementation is just the first step, because Jupiter going into Virgo, imagine Jupiter going into Virgo and you have spent this year fortifying a financial foundation for yourself that you can get, like, next year, 2027 on into 2028, you could just work it and 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 work it into its, full brevity. But the thing about, I gotta open up this caveat. Gemini rising, Cancer rising, all rising signs must have a certain realization of a higher power, and a higher power being a hierarchical power that is going to teach you dharma, that's going to teach you law, that's going to teach you order. And if you're able to, if your general is telling you, drill sergeant, march to the left, march to the right, and you just figuring, I'm gonna just do whatever I want to do, then you're gonna be out of alignment with the energy. So doing what you love. Okay. We're talking about Jupiter and Cancer in the second house, which is you have this wealth, right? Or you don't know where this wealth is coming from, but Jupiter bestows luck into your life. Jupiter bestows luck into your life and gives you finances, gives you wealth. Now, this particular part of Jupiter being in Cancer and the reason of it happening for some people and not happening for others is going to be due to the fact that one is thinking of doing it for the family and the other person is thinking of doing it for themselves. The one that's thinking of doing it for themselves, you come in and say, well, you said meditate. I'm just not getting any ideas. It's just not clicking to me. It's just not making sense. But when you start thinking about your family, I don't care if it's your cousin. I don't care if it's the dude that you worked with at the factory a couple of years ago. If you start wishing to bless him, wishing to bless her, I need money for myself, but I really wish I had some money to give to that struggling mother that needs money for milk. And then Jupiter give you $100, right? So you can buy her some milk and you can keep that 95 for yourself. You know what I'm saying? You got to begin to say, well, I was trying to bless this person and I got this blessing from here. So I'm going to bless him, but I'm also going to be the go-between blesser, right? I'm not going to count myself out. So once again, ancestral healing, the family, the cousins, everybody that's in your life, in your circle, due to Cancer, due to your grandmother, okay, your great grandmother, means that you all connected. Whenever we get around my grandmother, she'll have all of her grandkids, all of her, sons and daughters. She'll be looking around like, oh my God, y'all all came from here. And she'll point to, you're like, y'all all, I can't believe all of y'all came from here. She got like, what I'm saying, 5 kids, um, plethora of grandkids, and she'll say, y'all all came from here, and that's what that Cancer energy is about. So the deeper bonds with those who share your history, that share your bloodline, that share your DNA, that's an important factor to this particular energy. Why? Because Gemini Rising is that spiritual connection to the brother and sister complex. And sometimes it could be terrestrial family, sometimes it could be spiritual family. But it's that connection that's what drives you and urges you. So you could unify ultimately what Jupiter and Cancer chariot energy is about. So once again, like I said earlier, you could think of it as Jupiter and Cancer, integrated shadow of Capricorn, or excluding the integrated shadow of Capricorn. I'm doing this for the fam. I'm doing this for me. I'm doing this for the fam, multiple income streams, wealth through speech and voice, financial foundation, solidifying. I'm doing this for me. You're going to keep working at the Amazon. No shade, no tea. I need an application. I'm trying to get some part-time work I'm trying to, what I'm saying? No shade, no tea. Luxury, the security of knowing your family is provided for. It's not nothing that's going to make you happier than to know that you taken care of and the people that you love taken care of. And this is multi-dimensional. This is why sitting in front of that altar, burning those herbs, doing the spiritual work is going to help the ancestors. Now, the way that we feed the ancestors is the same way we feed our babies. So the struggles in life for a Gemini rising sometimes happens on the spiritual end, Castor and Pollux, right? Which could be just a metaphor for you and your ancestors, right? So therefore, when you was a baby and you couldn't fend for yourself, you had to depend on who? Your mother, Cancer energy, to what? Feed you, nurture you. You couldn't feed yourself. But your ancestors are in the same position. So when Gemini rising comes into the play and they shamanistic true ability to connect to those other realms of energy, they ancestors just out here, coming to my doorstep. Hey, Hood, I seen you had that plate out. You think you could, set out a piece of chicken for us? My granddaughter, she be sad. I go visit her, like, can you set up an altar for us? Put some chicken on there. I love fried chicken. You know, put me a little bit of ancestor money on there so I can go to the spiritual store, give me some cigarettes, something, So I got a motherfucker, I got ancestor play for my ancestors, then your ancestor, here come your ancestors come, because you ain't been doing no altar work. And they vibe with me because I'm a moon in Gemini. So they like, Hood, I know you tapped in, tuned in, turned on. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. Put out a couple sausage links for your boy. I'm hungry. Goddamn godson he don't even got an altar. He don't even believe in the spiritual stuff, man. Got us out here hungry. And could you believe we took care of this little nigga? We ain't even give him Similac. I gave him the goddamn breast milk, Hood. Got that good. And now that we transition went to the other side, this nigga won't even hang up our pictures and burn a candle for our asses, Hood. Tap in, man. Don't tap out. Shout out to all my Gemini risings out there. So let's get into the Taurus rising. So Taurus rising, the shadow of Taurus rising is going to be that Scorpio energy, right? But Jupiter is going to be in your third house. And so the interesting thing about Jupiter being in your third house, it have a shadow of its ninth house, which it is fully exalted in the ninth house. So Taurus rising and working with this third house energy is the year of the mind. Courage, communication, siblings, media in the hands, because Gemini rules the hands, Gemini rules the third house. So, in this particular area or energy, Taurus rising, has always the potential, Taurus being like the second house ruler, finances, being wealthy, and all these particular things. But the problem with a Taurus rising is that its love for the occult, it it's not a strong love for, and when I say occult, I'm not meaning anything dark or scary. I'm talking about the hidden side of life, right? The hidden side of life, the secrets that are layered under your particular reality. When you know those secrets, once again, a secret, if you look up the etymology, it breaks into the word sacred. So, and when you think of secrets and Taurus and sacred, you're also thinking about the unionization of the elements and the energies. That is the purpose of Cancer. So, Cancer being in your third house, it is trying to bring some energies together that are far apart. So, you have to think in this year, what is what have been what have been separated? Is it me and my money? Is it me and my mind? Is it me and my goals? Like, you have to come to the realization of, you know, what can you clearly articulate in your life that is being separated, and what is Jupiter trying to bring together? So the undercurrent with all these particular energies, especially in this secular reality, is ultimately trying to bring family together in a way that it is healthy, not in a way where it's toxic or putting you at risk. So Jupiter, be it in this area of the mind, is good because, once again, if Jupiter is in your third house, that means it is opposing house of the ninth house where it is fully and truly exalted at. It is giving it some space and energy to heal this energy that is called the mind. And it's so much love within Cancer that it's like if you ever just bear witness to the power of love and what it could actually do, that wherever something was broken, like when I told y'all we was at the river and it's like this pavilion and it was having like this kind of like AACA type of, you know how them Alcoholics Anonymous thingies, get together and people be speaking about like they years of doing drugs. And when people be speaking on them shits, they be having some wild ass stories, boy. You be looking at them like, you said you was in the back alley for $5. You was smoking crack and heroin at the same time, girl. You look good. You look good as hell, girl. Goddamn, I didn't think you could do that. You know, and I'm just bringing up that example. Like when you go to them Alcoholic Anonymous meetings, you see the power of love and the power of God's restoring power. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, damn, you be listening to them stories. Yeah, girl, I was goddamn selling this thing like it was going out of style. It was crazy. I had to get high, girl. So, they be talking about their weight. I was weighing 85 pounds. I'm 6'2", girl. So, I was skinny. Yeah, maybe all healthy and looking good, skin shining. Like, damn. All you had to do was leave that crack alone. Look at you. All you had to do was stop. Ain't nothing worse than them alcoholic stories. You be like, girl, boy, yeah, man, I used to drink, man, and this, that, and the third. But then you look at them, what I'm saying, got an F-150, looking good and stuff. That is what we talking about, the power of love. And I'm using that just as an example of how far we can get from love. And that's so it's not okay, but it's okay because we could also bring this thing back together again. So if you're Taurus rising, Jupiter is transiting your third house of communication, it is somebody that you should probably talk to and reach out to. And, Taurus rising, I got a bad relationship with my mom. You got to kind of work on that. Nah, but my mom a narcissist, hood. She a narcissist. Used to give us ramen noodles every day, hood. I hate her. I can't stand her. Yeah, but you alive. Yeah, but she left me all day to go to work. I had to fend for myself, hood. But you're alive. You're alive. Taurus rising. Taurus rising problem relationship with your mom. That's like a double whammy. You know what I mean? You got to kind of work yourself through it. And sometimes with our parents, they say mean and say wrong, but they mean well. And I know like we don't got perfect parents, but we do have perfect love. We do have perfect generosity. We do understand the nature of altruism where I'm giving and I don't want nothing in return. Because the thing that supplies me is God, right? The thing that supplies me is the reality. So, in these dynamics where you're loving and you're building, you're also communicating truth. And communicating truth is might not, because I would communicate truth to my family and they'll be like, okay. Sounds good, right? But then it's a certain level when you communicate truth to your audience and now you have support. So that is another thing. Of Jupiter being in your third house of communication, the way that you communicate to the world, it may not hit the same in your terrestrial family as it would in your spiritual family. And I say that all to say that you but yeah, you would have to be able to speak these things to your audience to whereas your audience is able to receive you. And then from there, you move into abundance where, you speak in truth, whether it's in a professional setting, right? Whether it is in a place where you're selling or performing or all the myriads of ways you could utilize your words to bring abundance in your life. So once again, content, media, teaching. Gemini, third house, rules the hands. So sculpturing, painting, writing. Every individual is different, but within your being, something will resonate and say, oh, this is the thing that I use to communicate. I don't communicate using words. I communicate using art. I don't communicate using words. I communicate using music. I don't communicate using words. I communicate by cooking. Jupiter is in the third house of Cancer. Cancer rules the food. And we're also understanding and understanding our ability to be selfless, our ability to be giving, to whereas that brings us into an energy of luxury. Because once again, once you made your coin, once you made your money, once you serve the collective, once you are immersed within your personal dharma, everything just makes sense. Now, what is the caveat to this? You're a Taurus rising, and Jupiter is in your third house, and you're not talking, meaning you're not communicating in the ways that we just previously alluded to. You're just in your own head, in your own energy, in your own space, and you're just kind of just, existing in this bubble. In Taurus rising can feel very small and limited if Taurus rising does not explore the scorpionic energy within themselves, the secrets, the hidden part of oneself. And if you knew who you truly were, you really got into these particular secrets and mysteries upon themselves, and you brought it to the collective, that small, limiting person that a Taurus rising feels initially expands and explodes to whatever level that Jupiter sees fit in that person's life. Like ultimate satisfaction. Because the fear was, I'm just this small, insignificant person. But the reality is, you're this massive, influential person that utilize Jupiter transiting your third house of communication to communicate this message to the masses that benefited you financially and also benefited your family and by providing resources. So shout out to all the Taurus risings out there. My wife is a Taurus rising, so hopefully she listens to that at a certain point. So shout out to my Aries risings. Jupiter is transiting your fourth house. So Jupiter is in Cancer, and Cancer is in your fourth house, meaning that if you have an Aries rising, you have a natural chart, as I would like to call. And Jupiter being in your fourth house, it really expands the relationship to the home, the mother, property, emotional foundation, and inner peace. The missing piece with Jupiter being exalted in your fourth house is what energies do you facilitate in Capricorn? Are you fixed? Or is your identity, is Jupiter in your fourth house, but you feel that you are your career? You introduce yourself. Hi, my name is Paul. I'm a plumber, right? That means your 10th house is out of place. Your 10th house is taking full control of your Cancer Capricorn axes. So with Aries rising, you have to begin to understand the Libra energy of the situation. So it's always in reference to the other person in the particular picture, whether it's your mom, whether it's your sister, father, whoever, it's always another person with this particular energy. So Aries rising, you're more prone to be, you know, a supporting cast member, for lack of better words. So, what is the karma in being the supporting cast member? You're Aries rising. You have to get into this Aries energy. That's your karma. It's probably the hardest thing you ever have to do. Hood, I just want to be support my whole life. I didn't see myself as a leader. I didn't see myself as a person to make sure that things was taken care of and all this type of stuff. I just kind of wanted to, you know, be in support, be behind the scenes. When Jupiter is transiting your fourth house, it is a complete and utter timeline shift, right? If Jupiter is transiting your fourth house, if Jupiter is transiting your first house, if Jupiter is transiting your seventh house, if Jupiter is transiting your 10th house, you are experiencing a deeper and greater timeline shift than everybody, than most people, I would say. And this is my Aries risings, my Cancer no. Aries, no, I was right. Aries rising, Cancer rising, Libra rising, and Capricorn rising. Because Jupiter is naturally moving into Cancer. Cancer is a fixed sign. Or I'm sorry, Cancer is a cardinal sign. Cardinal signals initiation. So we have a 12-year cycle, 2013 to 2026, 27. Okay. But we also have a 4-year cycle where when Jupiter transits Aries, major shift. When Jupiter transits Cancer, major shift. When Jupiter transits Jupiter, major shift. These are all initiations into different energies. So the reason that I bring this up is because we have been taught in reference to a Judeo-Christian European mindset where we're moving linear through a straight line and we're just ascending through the years, going up and up and up and up and up. But in reality, we are spiraling either up or down. We're spiraling up into consciousness or we're spiraling down into oblivion. So, in order to understand these spirals, you have to create markers that act as rest stops or rest points, pivots, shifts of energy, so you can stay in alignment. This is what this time is. There is no shame and no ego in starting over in reference to emotional intelligence, emotional integration. It's actually supported. So, on two levels, if you are in alignment and making shifts, good. But if you are not, Jupiter is about to come with that, rock'em sock'em robot on your ass. You're going to wake up to some extraordinary news. You wasn't prepared for this. You didn't plan for this. You didn't want this to happen. But guess what? It's happening any fucking way. Your ability to adapt and to shift into whatever matrix you're moving into, hey, because one, you could believe in God, trust in God, listen to God, or two, keep doing it your own way. This is a time to focus on what commitment means at a spiritual level, not based on performance or recognition. The key to Dharma is it is a law. It is a duty, but not to nobody else. It is a duty to yourself. So when you're taking care of your family, You're not taking care of your family so your family can say, Daddy, you're doing a good job. Mommy, you're doing a great and excellent job. I appreciate you so much, Mommy. If it wasn't for you, Mommy, I wouldn't even exist. So just thank you. I just want to thank you so much, Mom. And I want you to go to sleep knowing that I appreciate you. Good night. Might not ever happen. And you waiting on that is your fault. The understanding of Aries rising is that you supposed to do what you supposed to do for you. If nobody give you an award, if nobody recognizes you, if nobody says thank you, and you say, well, ain't nobody saying thank you, I ain't even gonna feed y'all motherfucking asses no more. I feed y'all every day. Y'all never said thank you. Now you're gonna starve. Now you're going to jail for child neglect. And I dare you to go to the judge and say, Judge, I didn't feed these kids because they didn't appreciate nothing. So I just starved them. Oh, well, Miss Johnson, that is a felony, and you're gonna do 5 to 10. Okay. And I'll see you when I see you. All right. Dharma is a duty to yourself and to others. It is, we are human beings. I cannot stress this enough. We live on a world with billions of people. To be isolated is a mental illness. It requires therapy. It requires soft inner work. It requires maybe travel. It requires a lot to work your way outside of I can just take care of myself and I don't need nobody. Or I want to be with somebody, I just don't know how to say it. And I don't see how I'm showing up in these relationships looking crazy. I don't see it because I'm operating out of trauma. I don't ever talk about shit. I'm just outside of this bubble, outside of this loop. So when we discuss peace of mind, another energy with this Jupiter and Cancer energy is the power of being present. When you are being present, you are able to decode the reality. When you are being in the past or in the future, you are in your lower chakras, if any chakras at all. So we're talking about utilizing the mind to be present, to also establish a genuine connection to source. If you don't believe that God is around you at all times, start believing it. Start not even believing it, start saying, start like do an experiment. Experiment with the fact of God being around you at all times. Sooner or later, you will begin to see that it is a fact. And when you understand it to be a fact, you are able to wield and yield your power. So love with Jupiter and Cancer transiting your fourth house, you generally epitomize the particular energy that is being discussed. And so the ability to love the family, whether it is the mom and dad or husband and wife, whatever dynamic you consider family, this is the time for that. And a lot of times people, especially new age people, millennials, that's the last thing we want to deal with. But at the same time, we getting our ass whipped out here, getting mollywopped. And you got to begin to understand the entanglement of energies between the individual and the mother. It's a way to go through life where if you not having a proper respect for your mom, you're not gonna be blessed in the ways that you're supposed to really be blessed. So I don't love my mom because she was perfect. I love my mom because I'm supposed to. That's the dharma. Now, my mom ain't never committed a crime or no felony. I know it's harder for people to come to that if you experience child neglect, CPS come to your house, you get whiffed away to goddamn foster home, it might be harder to come to this conclusion that I'm coming to. But the conclusion is there nonetheless. You're not loving because they're doing something to make you love. And ultimately, we're dealing with the energy of luck. Jupiter in Cancer is a matriarchal understanding. And if you listen to all the red pill content and then you go outside and a girl, you try to holler at a girl and she says, ew, you stink. Boy, if you don't get the fuck out of my face, I'm going to call the police on your ass. I'm going to yell rape real loud if you don't get the fuck out of my face. All that being said, still love them. Still love the matriarchy. Okay? That's just how it goes. Because you're going to deal with this thing with logic, and logic represents the lower chakras. When you can deal with logic and, everything makes sense. It makes sense to have a studio apartment when you're 35, right? Because you got money, okay? You got your health. You got different little brown skin things coming in and out of there. You got a squeaky futon. You piss the neighbors off, but still at the same time, you just living your life, looking out the window by yourself. It don't make sense when you're 95 and that dick don't even work no more. It don't even work. But you at the retirement home trying to call old Betty, but Betty done got married and got some kids. She ain't think about Rufus's old ass no more. So you just sitting in that retirement home by yourself. And the crazy thing about it, you know what I'm saying? The doctors come in there, they be like, you was in excellent health, Mr. Johnson. We could see you living another 15, 20 years in here all by yourself. You gonna live to 120 all by yourself. Because you felt like you just got to take care of yourself. So ultimately, we dealing with luck and we dealing with how things, the outcome. Working with Jupiter is like a formula. If I do this over here, you give me this over there. So ultimately, the responsibility and the requirement for Aries Rising is to build that relationship up with the opposite polarity. Whether, when I'm reading on this particular energy, it's very gender specific, meaning that the women have to deal with the relationship with the men and the men have to deal with the relationship with the women. Whatever that looks like. So the luxury of, showing up for your mom in a space where you don't got the time to do it, you don't have the energy to do it, or even worse, your mom pissed you off in 96 when she said you look fat in that sweater and you ain't want your mom to talk to you like that, but she just kept it real with you. So you said, Mom, I'm going no contact. You're mean. But ever since then, you've been having a whole bunch of deadbeat niggas come into your life. Maybe switching up the energy towards your mom is going to, turn that deadbeat nigga into cinder fella. You know what I'm saying? He coming around this bitch with, glass Air Force Ones, things of that nature. So moving forward, we have Pisces Rising. Pisces Rising means that Jupiter is going to be transiting your fifth house, meaning that Cancer is in your fifth house. And fifth house is always deals with children, romance, creativity, kundalini, intelligence, and or spiritual practices. The fifth house is the house of the heart's expression, and Jupiter here helps with that particular ascension point. So if we think of the fifth or the fifth house to be the area of the heart, that's also the area of a person's connection to their whole entire reality. So when you think about the fifth house, you think about it as a place of performance or a place of kind of showing up to the collective. And Jupiter is just, it's like a powerhouse and a smorgasbord of energy. Like if you could just imagine a time where you have so much energetic and spiritual support. So on one level, it's always, um, I'm just in my fight or flight. I'm just working to make it, or, I'm just trying to make it through life without, let no hassle. But then on the second level is I'm trying to, like, I have this fire in me that I can't really explain. I can't hold the fire within myself because then I would burn myself, right? I'm a sun in Leo, right? So sun in Leo, and I'm 11th house Leo. So say for instance, an example would be this Jupiter in Cancer video. That's like the fire that I'm holding. And the longer I sit with this fire, the more it burns me. So, in order for me, the only thing that I could do with this fire that's within me, which is my creative spark, is to share it with others. And it's not gonna be it's not gonna be for everybody. But a lot of times, especially like on YouTube, I don't have no prediction of who's going to watch it or why they're going to watch it. Because some people watch, Mr. Beast or Kai Cenat, and I would never do content like that because their fire is in them doing brain rot shit. And other people want to tap into the brain rot. I don't want to produce brain rot content. I want to teach. I want to educate. And for people that's into this stuff and want to learn, that's what I'm here for. So that fire is being shared through the collective, right? And then hopefully you get a fire within yourself, right? Back to Pisces Rising, right? Because what is the goal with Pisces Rising? To figure this shit out, right? To be so engorged with your work that it all makes sense. And Jupiter being in your fifth house is just an opportunity to share. It's just an opportunity to show up and to be on the stage, for lack of better words, whatever that looks like for you. Once again, we're dealing with Jupiter. So a lot of these particular outcomes is going to feel like winning a lottery. It's going to feel like luck. But the difference between winning the lottery and the difference between just blind luck is that you was intentional and you knew it was going to happen because you was working with the formula. And you knew yourself. Like, it's important to understand what Pisces, to understand your rising sign, what it means. And to understand what it means is hard because each website is going to tell you a different thing. But you got to really start to think of it. If I'm a Pisces rising, that means I'm rising into a Pisces. So that means I'm obviously not in alignment with the Pisces energy off the rap. So that means my work is to understand what Pisces is all about. Because ultimately, when I don't, I'm going to be outside of Dharma. I'm going to be in the realms of karma and experiencing this tug of war with life. But this thing is absolutely simple when you begin to start to chart. First, understanding your chart and then understanding the transits. And the major transit that we must understand is the Jupiter transit. Where is Jupiter at? Okay, Jupiter is in Cancer. This is the theme of the year, right? If you don't understand the theme of the year, we throwing a luau party and you come up in a black tie event, you're going to feel uncomfortable. I said dress down. What is you doing in a wedding gown? Okay. You got to know the theme of the party. We doing the 80s and you come in a fucking Frankenstein mask, like Frankenstein mask. This is not a costume party. We're doing an 80s theme, TLC, you know? Wear a condom on your left eye or something like that. Like we doing that type shit. 90s party. You come in bell bottoms doing the goddamn robot. Nigga, it's a 90s party, not a 70s party. All right, this is you gotta actively understand Jupiter in your Jupiter in your chart, yes, but Jupiter as a transit is a key component to this particular energy, especially if you're a Pisces rising, because this is a mysterious ass energy within itself. How you gonna have a desire to want to be mysterious? Usually, you come from the mystery, you try to learn the truth. But now you going to try to like, all right, my goal is to jump into that pool of the abyss over there. Mm-hmm. Dive in it head first. Yep, and I want to do it too. To get to that level, a nigga had to do some real deep, dark, and soul searching. Cause nobody naturally gets to that level. So in order to get to the point of figuring out your rising sign, it's good to follow the transits and see what planets are in what houses, because this gives you the overall theme and how to kind of map out your energy. So once again, I'm trying to figure out Pisces rising energy. I'm trying to figure out myself, and here Jupiter is transit in my fifth house. That makes it a lot easier because now I'm able to share this particular energy that I have within myself. Now, you can feel safety in mystery and privacy. Now, I said all of that without even reading that. It's just funny to me. But Jupiter in your fifth house wants to expand a part of you that connects, creates, and shares. Now, we can understand Jupiter in two ways. It's going to completely ignore you, like what the fuck ever. They won't get it no way. They'll think I'm just some big bully if I'm trying to teach them something. Or two, where you completely are ready to tap into energy that you're not fully familiar with, right? And if you're able to tap into energy that you're fully not familiar with, that you kind of feel uncomfortable with, then that means that you're in alignment. If you're saying, you turn on that music Soul Child and you say, teach me how to love, show me the way to surrender my heart. Jupiter, I'm so lost. Teach me. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So just teach me. Don't continue to go on through this particular. You're a Pisces rising. Don't continue to go on this matrix not knowing, but you feel like you should know. So you're just going to keep going through the motions. And it's like, man, I don't know what happened to my algorithm. I just be watching these damn fentanyl stories about people. I understand it to be like spiritual, and maybe they spirits just be calling out to me and they just want to kind of like, because I understand like the dead is not always the dead. Like energy never dies. And sometimes like people's families, they be really sad because they have transitioned and they'll be on the other side. Cause when I was doing the Jupiter and Gemini, I kept seeing like twins. Like it was two videos that I seen back to back of twins that died. And I was like, that is crazy. Cause like, first of all, you're a twin and then y'all die from the same thing. Like that's wild. But anyways, long story short, um, just being able to just know like, it's things that's going on in this world that's like extremely tough, and just the everyday monotony of it is getting extremely tough and extremely weirder. So I say that to say, if you're a Pisces rising, don't you the way of life is just so much more and greater. And I'm not saying that because you're a Pisces rising, you so much better than people, but if you find yourself struggling, your ability to rise through that minutia is available. And if you use Jupiter in your fifth house, because you could be in a dark place, you could be in a lost place, you could figure out a way to like ask Jupiter to help you like dispel some of this darkness and help you see the light within yourself, right? Because ultimately, Jupiter deals with our children. It deals with if we are a person, we are a child, but some of us have children. That relationship, but then to create children, you need to have a romantic partner. Is working with that particular energy. Um, and you can find purpose in all of these things. You know, Pisces rising could be, you know, trying to sort it out a lot of times because Pisces rising, you know, people just automatically think you got it together the whole time. So you could either be working with that energy of, you know, I got it together, you know, everything is like, you know, solid over here, you know, I got it. And then you going home crying, like, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, your kid's like, Mommy, you're just amazing. You like, yeah, I am. You just know everything. You like, yeah, I do. You know, sometimes the helper needs help. Okay. And this is the time for that. This year, love is focused on a romantic peak, soul level partnerships, forming and deepening. So, if you don't have a relationship, this is a good time to start one. If you do have a relationship, it's time to go deeper into these levels, group meditation, group yoga, deep conversations, things of that nature. Because, you know, the part of Pisces risings that's like very like debilitating is this everyday, just on the go, you know, back and forth type of energy. And the abundance that comes from you getting out of the TikTok, getting out of the fight or flight is your ability to tap into your fifth house. You know, you have fifth house in Cancer, which would mean that you have 11th house in Capricorn. So it's all of these talents, all of these gifts that you can bring to the collective. And the question is, do you see it? You see it within yourself. And if you don't see it within yourself, it's time to do some meditation. It's time to get clear. And if you do see it in yourself, are you projecting it? Are you moving it forward? Are you staying stagnant and holding back your energy? Abundance, creative ventures, speculative gains, income through original work. So ultimately, if you're able to see the light within yourself, if you're able to get out of kind of like, you know, this small circle and move into a larger circle, you know, things begin to work in your favor. And the overall conclusion that you come to through this year is that, you know, it's a certain feeling, it's a certain vibration that you can only get from sharing, especially if the sharing is coming from source, right? And it's on and if you're able to conjure up anything from source, I don't care if it's a recipe or anything, you're able to bring it to the collective. That feeling that you have in doing that action, you're never going to feel that anywhere else. So shout out to my Pisces rising. Peace to the tribe, peace to the collective. So now we're doing Jupiter in Cancer, and Jupiter is transiting your sixth house, which is Cancer being in your sixth house, which makes you an Aquarius rising. So if Jupiter is in your sixth house of Cancer, this is a lot of it's a lot of shifts in doing service work or finding your purpose work, because it's like it's a dual energy. If Cancer is in your sixth house, like I just made fun of it, but it's a real dynamic where your job is your family or your people that you serve is your family. If you have a service based business and you a reader or a psychologist, then your patients, you're a doctor, your patients are your family a lot of time. And there's nothing wrong with that because that's your dharma, right? There is certain doctors, right, that their purpose was to be a doctor and they are excellent at the job. And then there's certain people who just wanted to be a doctor so they can get $100,000 a year so they could live a nice life, and get $10,000, $15,000 every paycheck and go crazy. And that's the only reason that they're a doctor. So when you go to see them for a health exam, they fuck your ass up, because they don't know nothing about health for real. They just know about that direct deposit. So if Jupiter is in your sixth house, this is that kind of gateway opening to say, first of all, what you doing for work? Are you in a type of business or job where you're just like, say for instance, you work at Amazon or something. You like, well, I package packages like very nice, for the person. Or you working at DoorDash and you like, man, I deliver these foods quicker than anybody. Or you driving for Uber, like I'm the best Uber driver. Well, it can be, but it's not really the level of service that we're talking about in Jupiter in your sixth house. Yes, you're doing what you got to do for survival. You're trying to make some money. There's nothing wrong with that. However, the way that you show up in your own area, right? Because Jupiter is in your sixth house and Cancer is in your sixth house. That means the shadow of this particular energy is the 10th house. So it is your ability to have that particular resource or income stream that supports your endeavor to like whatever you choosing to work at. So it's like your work can satisfy you emotionally and financially simultaneously, right? And that's a different, like, so you work at Amazon and you fill in packages because they give you overtime and they give you all of this money, but ultimately you ain't doing shit else besides working at Amazon. Now, transiting your sixth house is not saying quit Amazon today, but definitely come up with a plan to whereas you can quit it in 6 months, get your ass into school or something, some type of way where you can see if Cancer is in your sixth house. This means that your service is your family. And if you a doctor that love delivering babies, then people going to request you. I need Dr. Bronner to help deliver my baby because she delivered my cousin's baby and she said that was the best doctor she ever had. And Charmaine, she got 7 kids. So she done been through some doctors. She said Dr. Bronner was the best doctor. So, and I told all my sisters, all my cousins, if you having a baby, you want Dr. Bronner to deliver you. So I'm imagining you getting a little bonus, or you got a private practice, or you a reader, or whatever the case may be. So like if you're a psychic, if you're a reader, if you whatever you do, like you really do, like your career, your 10th house, right? Jupiter is in your sixth house. That means that your 10th house is in Pisces. So it's what you do, right? Whatever you really, really do, not your job, right? You want to get into the space of doing it. Because if you get into the space of doing it, you're an Aquarius rising. It's like you got everything working for you in your favor as far as talent and ability goes. Now, the question or the kind of like thing that's going to hold people back, imagine if you Aquarius rising, is kind of like being selfish or whatever the case may be. How long are you going to enjoy sleeping alone? Right? With the sixth house, the Jupiter blessing is not unlocked in isolation. It is unlocked in service and showing up and being useful in ways that's going to cost you something, some form of sacrifice. Jupiter and Cancer energy is you extending yourself. So most people is not going to extend shit, but most people is going to want somebody to extend on them, right? And the way that the world works, whether we know it or not, the ways that you show up for the collective is the way that the collective show up for you, and it may not be the way that you think, right? You could show up for the collective, you can show up for your work, and then you meet a beautiful woman or a handsome, attractive man that is in love with you, that can't think about nobody but you, right? And you like, damn, where'd you come from? But the universe seen how much you love doing your job. The universe seen how much you cared for those children at the hospital. The universe seen how much you cared for the people at the school you worked for as a teacher. Because you had authentic and pure love, not a draining, um, narcissistic, um, I'll treat you good if you treat me good type of love, but the altruistic, selfless type of love. People see that. So once again, doing what you love. Relationship improves as as you become less self-contained. So Aquarius risings, dharma, role or goal is to figure out how to operate within the collective. That's the goal of Aquarius rising. Now, if you're the type of person that is selfish, then there's no way that relationships can improve. And what it's hard for an individual who is selfish to be unselfish, but hopefully, you don't let that particular energy harden you and you get up out of your shell. So the abundance that comes from actualizing the Aquarius rising through Jupiter in the sixth house, which is Cancer being in your sixth house, is service based income. Service based income is different from other types of incomes because, say, for instance, you're a reader or a doctor, you can schedule appointments. So think about every person that you schedule is money, and you can schedule at your own time, in your own leisure. I remember Khadijah, she used to do readings. Brother Painting's wife, she was booked. Miss Blue was booked for 3 years in advance. And mind you, all of those people have paid. That's a different level of money. Okay. Health focused ventures and healing arts monetize. So, once again, this is a way to take your spiritual energy and monetize it, which is extremely lucrative and extremely prosperous. And the thing about this particular energy, once again, I'm a sun in the 11th house. Aquarius rules the 11th house. When you are doing your spiritual work, you are going to make money. Okay? You're going to make money. Like, you're going to make it. So people will be like, well, I don't want to quit my job and do spiritual. And I'm not saying quit your job and start reading people. I'm not saying that. No, 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 no. I'm saying study, learn, practice, have people say, oh, that was a good reading. Oh, that was a good healing. That was a good massage. That was an excellent massage. Matter, you said you was going to give me this massage for free, but here go $20. That was too good of a massage for me to get to not pay you. When you start doing shit like that, then okay, this is green. We in motion with it. So the luxury is doing the work that you love doing every single day, right? That's a luxury. Because once again, most people is doing work by putting a goddamn top on a goddamn pop all day. How many pop bottles you made? I made 10 million. I had a bad day. Usually I'm going for 20 million, but today the machine broke down. So tomorrow we're gonna get 20 millions for your boss, and that's the job. So once again, nothing wrong with that, because shout out to the people working in them factories, Ford, GM, making good money, right? And ultimately, that's for them. But me, I would feel like my soul is being suffocated if I worked at a goddamn car factory. Not to say I wouldn't do it, right? If you got applications, I am looking for part-time work. No shade, no tea. Okay, I'm just keeping it real, keeping it a buck. Shout out to the Capricorn Risings, right? That means that Jupiter is exalted in your seventh house. Your seventh house is Cancer. What an interesting dynamic to have, right? To be a Capricorn rising, but to also have Cancer in your seventh house. So, what does that look like for you? That looks like I got a relationship that supports me and I'm happy, or I got a relationship that holds me back and I'm upset. What does Capricorn look like for you? What does success look like for you? Well, the thing that will hold you back is going it for yourself or doing it for your family. Once again, it's like a quantum web of entanglement. So think about that. You got Will Smith and you got Jada, right? Out of all the shit that you've been through with Jada Pinkett, do you think Will say, you know what, I would take it back? All the success I had to not be with Jada? Nah, he would have to take the good with the bad. You know, this dude, Jaden Smith, Will Smith's son, this nigga selling flip flops that you get from Kmart for $350, right? Flip flops, just regular flip flops you can go to Five Below for. He got them Christian Louboutin flip flops so you can ground and all this shit, like some weird shit. But at the same time, you think Will Smith is like, I'll trade in my success to not have a crazy ass son? Now, I have a crazy ass wife, crazy ass son. You know, Willow, she cool. She making good music. You know, at least one out of three ain't bad. You know, the older one, he cool. He doing his thing. But at the same time, I know Will Smith be thinking like I am a box office superstar and I got a crazy ass wife. This is crazy. But you know what? I'm a box office superstar. I can't have it all good, I guess. I mean, part of being a box office superstar is having a humiliation ritual or my wife telling me that she getting cracked by my son's friend. Like, nah, tomato, tomato. Right. But ultimately, right, when you reflect on the version of success that you were, and ultimately, if you imagine that the greatest level of success is to take care of somebody else, you'll figure it out. Because anytime that I listen to successful people talk, they always taking care of their mama. They always taking care of their daddy. They always taking care of their homeboys, their homegirls. They paying for everything. I remember just a long time ago, we met Shy Glizzy, a rap artist in Washington, D.C. You ever heard that? She got money all around me. I feel like I'm the man. Well, that's Brent Fayez. He's singing the hook, but the rapper, um, Shy Glizzy, he's on that song. He had 14 niggas with him. We was all out to eat. He paid for all 14 of the niggas. And mind you, you probably don't even know who Shy Glizzy is. But what I'm saying is, it's a normal disposition of Capricorn energy to be Capricorn, because to be Capricorn is not so I can just take care of myself, and so I can take care of all of these niggas. And for the average person, be like, I ain't about to take care of all these niggas, but that's why you making $50,000 a year. That's why Jupiter is not going to bless you like that, because you ain't going to take care of nobody. You keep thinking about the trip that you're going to take to Acapulco. Now imagine if you was going to think about getting your daddy teeth fixed because he got a jagged edge smile, right? But he don't got the songs like Jagged Edge. He just got the smile. So you like, damn, you know, I would want to help my dad get his teeth together because I know that's bothering him. He ain't the same person. Now, for one person will say, shit, I don't give a fuck about that nigga. I gotta only care about myself. That's why you getting paid $45,000 a year working that goddamn Subway. Cause you would not even think about helping nobody. But it's a person that will say, damn, I want to take care of my own family. My whole family, I want to take care of them. And I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I just want to do that. That's just something that I want to do. Okay, you might get blessed with the opportunity to do so if you have that disposition. It's a certain level of success that you get when you become a father. that you don't always get. And this is different people, different stroke for different. It's extremely successful people that don't have kids. But I'm telling you, it's a lot of successful men because they got kids, whether they change something about them or Jupiter blessed them in a certain way. They got a contract. They went to school and they friends got them plugged in with such and such, and now they make $1 million a year. So Capricorn Rising is this point of understanding this particular dynamic because you got to fulfill Capricorn. So Sun, Moon, and Capricorn, Jupiter and Capricorn, you might just come with it. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline, right? If a Capricorn rising, right, you're supposed to start a business, but you started off selling dime bags. Right idea, wrong hustle. Right now you getting locked up like Akon. Okay, locked up. They won't let me out because you Capricorn rising. You wasn't supposed to sell drugs. Right? You could have did a power wash. You ain't have to invest in weed. You could have invested in power washing equipment and made more money and not been locked up. This is just choices. Capricorn rising gonna make these choices in a way that Capricorn sun moon is not going to make these choices. Now, Capricorn rising ultimately is going to miss the mark if he doesn't incorporate Cancer. Jupiter is exalted in your seventh house, which rules relationships, rules partnerships. This just helps you, right? This is a pivotal shift in your experience in reality. One could experience reality in the context of um this is, this is just for me, or you could experience it as this is for the relationship. Once again, the relationship is the mechanism. If the relationship is not assisting you, then it's not going to assist you in realizing Capricorn rising. So once again, you know what you want to do. You know what you're trying to get. If you're choosing a relationship and then that person is not even in support of you, just think of you trying to rise to something and think about gravity pulling you down. You literally got to fight to get to whatever your rising sign is. That's generally the human goal, to understand and overstand their rising sign. So, this particular energy for a Capricorn rising, especially if you've been spending this past 12-year cycle selfish, which you build in resources, houses, cars, this, that, or the third, or maybe you've been on the single journey, not ever really manifesting nothing because, that's just how that shit goes a lot of times. This is the shift in your reality. So the reality is not going to be the job or the career for a Capricorn rising. The reality is going to be the shadow. What's the shadow for a Capricorn rising? The relationship. So understanding that, creating that particular window, and this is going to create what is called dharma, the law or the order or the structure that allows you to get to that Capricorn, like to realize it. Because ultimately, realizing it, even if people think like you got it, for sure, like I'm missing something. And you're like, well, I'm in a relationship, but I don't like relationships. Well, have you found a relationship that's going to support your goals and dreams? Do you know what your goals and dreams are? Are you willing to share those with people? The spouse becomes a genuine collaborator financially, spiritually, practically. So if you got a partner, somebody that's fully ingrained into the mission, that means that it's going to be plenty of joint ventures, partnership income, expansion through collaboration. What is the luxury that you get from doing these particular things? The luxury is to be truly met by another person, to be to be in sync with another person. You can't buy that at a store. Can I drink? Can I get some? You about to leave? You just going outside? Hot drinks? Oh, thank you. That's tap water. Oh my goodness. So, Capricorn risings, moving on to Sagittarius risings. That means Jupiter is transiting your eighth house, and you will have eighth house Cancer. So, eighth house Cancer is a strong, energetic currency, because mainly because it's two water signs. So you got double emotion, and Jupiter transit in this is time to set these particular intentions on how you want to feel, because how you want to feel then becomes the direction for how your life is. So Sagittarius rising, I would imagine that that particular energy is not all the way in tune with their feeling center, because eighth house anything is just difficult to understand, right? But you gotta begin to put the eighth house with the second house to make it make sense. The same way as we put the fourth house with the 10th house, the mother and the father, to make it make sense. Well, Taurus and finances and eighth house secrets are coming together, because the mystery of finances is the mystery within itself. But ultimately, when you think about Scorpio being a water sign, it's definitely a level of feeling. So if Jupiter is transiting your eighth house of secrets, hidden wealth, transformation, and occult, what is Jupiter doing? It is bringing light to these particular areas. Now, being sensitive to what Jupiter is revealing is the key. Now, if you're not in tune with your feelings, being a Sagittarius rising, right? Not all the way there with I know how I feel about this. This is kind of the work, because generally, if you don't know how you feel, then that means that you are more reactive. Being reactive is a disability. Being intentional is an ability. Being reactive is a disability. Being intentional is an ability. So therefore, the chart is the chart, and there'll be different energies in the chart that'll show up in the chart. But specifically with Sagittarius rising, where you're trying to like get into this Jupiter energy for real. Jupiter rules Sagittarius, right? You're trying to figure this part out, right? You want it all, right? You the greediest one out the bunch. No shade, no tea. That's actually a good quality, because you saying I want all the knowledge, I want all the wisdom. And Jupiter is shining a light through your eighth house. So where is the shadow at with this? The shadow then comes in between Gemini. The shadow of Sagittarius is going to be Gemini. What is that? How does that show up? The light is shining and you got the secrets, but are you willing to share those secrets? Are you willing to share that transformation? So once again, are you letting life happen to you? Are you being reactive? Or are you stepping boldly into the authorship of it? Are you being intentional? So once again, Jupiter is transiting your eighth house. Eighth house in Cancer is messy and sticky. That's some messy, sticky stuff, because you got to balance truth and feelings. When you got to balance truth and feelings, guess who's going to feel the energy the most? You, right? Because the truth is here. Family, Cancer, feelings is here. They separated. And you right in the middle. Truth It feels good to the spirit, but feelings is my security. Yeah, baby, I'm a polygamist. What the fuck you mean you a polygamist? Nigga, we've been married 8 years. Sit your ass down. You ain't a polygamist, nothing. You better get on that NBA 2K, start your season up. I'll let you know when dinner ready. And just forget what you just told me. Well, Hood said deal with my truth, so I was dealing with my fuck Hood. Get off his goddamn YouTube videos. Focus on how I feel. That's all you got to focus on, being my husband. You are not a polygamist. You got one wife, and that's me, and I don't care about your truth. It's all about my feelings. That's a sticky situation. If Scorpio is in Cancer, oh fuck. Imagine being 5 years ago and you was like happy go lucky into your vibe, and then you started, Jupiter start transiting your eighth house. You like, oh shit, I'm into this, I'm into that, I'm into this, I'm into that, I'm into this. And your husband walk in like, what you doing? Oh, nothing. Shit, this, watching the reality shows like I always do. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. But the truth is, you into this, you into that, you into this and that, and into this, that. Jupiter's transiting your eighth house. Sticky situation. Sticky situation. So the key point is doing what you love and also doing who you love. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh man. Oh shit. The soul contracts come to the surface. What's a soul contract, girl? We supposed to be together. All right. Girl, we supposed to. Hood, I got 5 kids. I'm married. I got 5 kids too. I'm married too. Karmic relationships resolve. My wife just left me. My husband just left me. Oh, that's so crazy. Oh, that's so crazy. How both our husbands, how our spouses just leave us. Now we just here looking at each other. You want to do it? Might as well. Might as well. I mean, it's a sticky situation, but it'll resolve itself. And then, but like karma and dharma, oh man. Emotions, oh man. I just wouldn't want Jupiter transit in my eighth house. I think that's what happened with my last relationship. I'm just talking shit. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. So the next level of soul contracts and the realization of soul contracts is the moving into the blessings of Jupiter. Because your ancestors, which are a result of two families coming together to create these new interesting beings called children, they want to move through you and move through, like that Seven Streeter song. How can my ex girlfriend be my next boyfriend? You like, dang. Now, if you go through this year and you like live in your truth and you manifest and attract and vibrate on a soul level, when for these past 12 years or however many years you've been operating from a karmic level, from a logic level, well, it just makes sense. He's a nice guy. She's a nice girl. She's this, she's that. Da, 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 da. My mom just loves him so much. Well, have your mom date him, right? Give them to your mom. You know what I'm saying? Because that's weird. Don't say that about me. I don't. I want you to like me, not your mama. But long story, different time. There is no better luxury. There is no better feeling. There is no better light than to know you are in your truth. Maybe feelings were hurt for you to live in your truth, but you never reflect on a point. Even you might reflect, but you never come to the conclusion that I should have never lived my truth. No matter how fucked up it might seem on the outside or how wrong you are, quote unquote. Listen, this is the year of transformation. Jupiter is in the sign of Cancer, the sign of family. And what is your family? What does your family, is your family feel like love and abundance and bliss, or is it operating on a level of feelings, hurt feelings, good feelings, and you're just managing that particular tightrope? Too deep, too deep for me. I tried to just keep it general, like Astro Seek and then the Sidereal Astro Seek, just to keep the conversation going, because ultimately um the rising sign for Ophiuchus would be very much of anything. Ophiuchus is very much of ascendant master. So ultimately, when we're discussing astrology, especially like if we're generalizing it, we're talking to the collective as a whole, right? But to the individual who have Ophiuchus placements, right? That is kind of like when you play in spades and you get a joker, right? Because ultimately that is the ascendant master. That is the person that embodies the truth or embodies the totality of it all. So embodying that particular mentality of Fucus rising, that is something to really move yourself towards, like at the deepest level, right? You want to figure that part out, because ultimately if you get into the mythology of Ophiuchus, right, this person was so magnificent on earth that the name and the energy lived on in the cosmos. So I just use that as a mythology, is like really getting fixated and focused in your spiritual work. And the concept of a rising sign is what you are aspiring to, what you are rising to, what you are ascending to, what you are coming into, right? uh, I think every man feel like they poly, even if they got $2. They just, it's just something within a person, within a man. A lot of times, even if they afraid to say it. I'm just using it as an example though. But in general, whatever that truth is, it could be a lot. As I'm going through my mental Rolodexes and doing readings, I've heard a lot of truths being spoke by men and women that is much different from the reality that they were living. So ultimately, whatever that looks like for the individual is going to, you got to sort that out. Whatever the truth is for you in your relationships, hopefully they're in alignment. So, and you're not factoring in feelings in reference to how you love and how you show up. So 1 second. All right. So Scorpio rising. So we got Scorpio, Libra, Virgo, and Leo. So we down to the final four. Four or five, I don't know. But anyways, Jupiter, which is the ruler of the ninth house, is Cancer is in the ninth house. So this is a different type of energy, right? This is the type of energy where you're able to do that home based business, right? You're able to be that gardener, be that farmer, understanding the land, understanding, like fishing, like being on sailboats and going to different parts of the lake, getting 100 fish and going to like downtown and selling those fishes to like the restaurants and things of that nature. Like you have an ability and a connection to the land in the world that if you haven't realized it, this year is the time to do so, right? Because Jupiter naturally rules the ninth house, and Jupiter is always trying to teach you. And here, Jupiter is trying to teach you the ways of your ancestors, okay? The ways of life that have been passed down from generation to generation to generation, right? This is the teacher in the house of teachers, right? This is the Dharma planet in the house of Dharma. So this, what we're talking about is alignment. And when I reference like home-based business, like you got to begin to think and imagine. Like I met a guy who have a home-based business, millionaire, okay? Flat out millionaire, properties, all types of shit. So way more money that he could have made working a job and able to do things that anybody could do, and you wouldn't know by looking at him that he got $1 million business. So I say this all to say, you know and and this is a gym buddy of mine, so we talk a lot, and throughout basically the years I've heard him say things like, man, I'm just so thankful that God bless me. Like, I don't even know why God be blessing me the way he blessed me, right? Because luck arrives as a consequence of doing the right things. Like I said, you wouldn't look at him and see it, you wouldn't talk to him and see it, but if you know, you know. Okay. So I'm saying all of this to say the ways to show up and be so successful this year is just to do the right thing, do the good thing. So think in another way, how can I bring my family into this thing? How can we start this family business? What skip, or is it something that's already beneath the surface? Have y'all already started the catering business? Have y'all discussed these particular ideas at the last cookout and y'all said y'all was going to get together, throughout the year? Y'all never got together. Well, this is the year that y'all get together and start the thing and do the thing. Because once again, Jupiter is in Cancer, but Jupiter is going to be in your ninth house. Jupiter rules the ninth house. Jupiter is trying to teach you something in reference to your family. The hidden side of Cancer is going to be Capricorn. Capricorn is all about career, status, success. This is the hidden energy in this particular dynamic, but it's also energies that's at play. The hidden energy of Scorpio is going to be Taurus. Taurus deals with finances, success. So if you culminate and you put all of these energies together, and we understand that Jupiter's timing is a year, this is the year for the family business. This is the year to get to it. And now ultimately you say, man, I don't even got a family. My family ain't shit. All they want to do is smoke and drink. Then you have to level up your consciousness to your spiritual family. Jupiter rules the ninth house. So once again, anything that I wanted to do for myself spiritually, it was not going to be done in Ohio. Whatever I was going to do in Ohio, I had reached my crescendo. I had reached my peak. In order for me to fulfill my spiritual duty, my dharma was to move to Detroit. Ninth house rules traveling. Okay. Detroit was a spiritual pilgrimage for me. For you, it could be St. Louis, Missouri. For her, it could be Los Angeles, California. For him, it could be Atlanta, Georgia. For oh boy, it could be New Mexico City. Everybody have a different place that align with you, but you know what that place was. Ever since I could think and remember or dream or hope and believe, the music that I listen to, the accent that I like to hear, the way that the girls look, the way that the city is, every day I'm in Detroit, I feel like I'm at home. Okay. I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. It's black people everywhere. Right. I mean, I just feel like I'm just home. Right. I've been to many places, but nothing that felt like Detroit. Now, for you, you might feel that way about goddamn Tallahassee or Jacksonville. Who knows? But ultimately, if you feel like the family and the home is not resonating with you where you're at, then if Jupiter is transiting your ninth house, this is time to travel. But if you already locked in and everything is good with your family center, then this is the time that you and your family ascend. Okay. So what is Dharma? Is Dharma right where you at? You feel Dharma. Dharma is like I love goddamn. I can't tell you motherfuckers how much I love Detroit, Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan. I mean, goddamn, Farmington Hills. Like, I fucking just love the air. Sometimes I get out the goddamn car and I just take a deep breath, like, goddamn. If not, ever since I moved here, I've been just in a level of just goddamn bliss. I can't even explain it. That means I want you probably come to Detroit. Like, man, I hate this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn, nigga just did some crazy shit, or I seen some crazy shit. And I hear those stories every day. And even if I was to see some crazy shit, I understand it. But I'm saying all of this to say, does it feel like Dharma to you? Do you wake up, look outside, and be like, oh my God, I fucking love it here in fucking Toledo, right? I will move to. I'm thinking about moving to Toledo. Honestly, I think that's like my happy medium place. Like I could go to fucking Ohio at a moment's notice, or I can go to Detroit at a moment's notice. That is definitely something that I will work towards. But I'm just saying, it could be some city that people hate and you hate it. Well, that's not Dharma, and Jupiter is in your ninth house. So what's the thing? Start opening your eyes up to like, what should I do? Where should I move? Where should I go? Right? Because I'm telling you, when I moved to Ohio or I moved to Detroit, I knew. When I moved to Boston, I knew I was supposed to move there at that particular time. And then when it's time to go, it's time to go. You got to be in that particular energy. Jupiter is in everybody's chart. Everybody has a ninth house, and this is your house of travel, right? This is the energy to whereas if you feel like you being, it was a point in time in Ohio, man, my damn car, my engine, I just bought a new car. My engine broke down. You know what I'm saying? It's just like I ain't have enough for rent. It was just like, man, what the hell is going on? And then I moved to Detroit. Me and my family, we was driving around the first day. I went to a botanical and they had like this little flyer for this psychic fair. And I just called the lady just to see what was good. And she like, oh yeah, you could sign up. It costs this amount a month, whatever. Me and my wife at the time, um we got tents and all that, tables and all that, chairs and all that. Started selling. Mind you, we had all of this shit in Ohio. It's just like collecting dust or whatever the case may be. Right. We came to Detroit. We started selling stuff and started doing psychic fairs and shit like that. It was like it's what I was supposed to do. Just everything felt right place at the right time. So I'm saying all of this to say this is what the ninth house feels like. And usually When Jupiter is transiting your ninth house, it's either time to level up with the people around you because Jupiter is in Cancer. Cancer is in your ninth house. So you grow as a collective. You grow for the fam and the fam grow for you. Y'all all working together in one unison. If you don't feel that, then you already know it's time to leave. Fortune flows not as a sudden windfall, but as sustained, compounding, quiet grace. The love component of Scorpio rising, dharmic union, meaning that the people in your life supposed to be there, or you can meet a partner who shares your philosophy and values, right? And that's the most important part to a Scorpio rising. Because a Scorpio rising is a deeper, more intimate relationship than a seventh house relationship, because a eighth house relationship is a spiritual relationship. It's like, meaning like you can get married and divorce, but you can meet the love in your life and you just feel like life just like I've been married a couple of times. Like I've been in relationships a couple of times. No shade, no tea. There's nothing wrong with it. It's purposeful, but I've also met the love of my life too. It's a completely different energy. And it's the love of your life. It would seem like you doing a lot, but the love of your life automatically love you the same way you love her automatically. Back to what we were saying is the effortlessness that comes into like manifesting a relationship. Abundance, when you working with somebody that understands you from a deep spiritual level, then that allows for things to happen for you. Like once again, Scorpio rising, which is the goal of a spiritual union. That's the goal of a Scorpio rising. The get the secrets and the mysteries uncovered within themselves. Cancer energy in general always going to teach you how to either A, honor the divine feminine, or B, work with other people, or C, to be generous, to be selfless. That's always what it's going to teach you. So imagine being generous and selfless, working with people and loving the divine feminine. It's your wife and y'all married and y'all doing business together, y'all living together, y'all loving, y'all raising kids. It's just like, and it's effortless. And you bring Jupiter into your relationship to provide the blessings, to provide the bounty, to provide the success. You can't really ask for anything better. So, finally, luxury that comes from being with somebody from a scorpionic bond. You will have questions on what we should do, how we should move, where we should go. Jupiter transit in your ninth house. But ultimately, when you are combined at a spiritual level, you ultimately know that you have all the answers within yourself. Duval, shout out Tallahassee, man. Shout out Jacksonville. Shout out all of Florida. Right. Shout out Florida. Florida's Florida's the best, man. Florida's the best state. I don't know about living there, but definitely visiting, man. Goodness gracious. Like how much paradise can you just have in a place? Like I went like Florida. I don't even know how niggas can work at a job. I'll be like, man, it's too nice for me to be working. You know what I'm saying? Ohio, you know what I'm saying? Detroit, it be snowing outside. You gotta be in the house. You might as well make some money. Florida, I would just be like, man, at the damn subway looking outside. Like I couldn't take it. I couldn't believe I would be going to places and niggas would be in there working. I'm like, y'all just used to it down here. This is just too beautiful. Shout out to Florida, man. And shout out to Florida, man. Putting it all together. All right, Libra rising. This is my rising sign, right? The karma of Libra is relationships, understanding partnerships. You going to fail at partnerships, friendships, relationships because you got to get it right, right? And if you got it right as a Libra rising, DM me, tell me what your secrets is. You know what I'm saying? What is the life hack? All right. Jupiter is exalted in your 10th house. Jupiter is transited in your 10th house. You have Cancer in the 10th house, which is cool, right? Because you're a holistic being. You have 10th house ruled by Capricorn, but Cancer is opposing Capricorn, which is in the particular house. And so Jupiter is giving you a holistic view, right? And so ultimately, it is the career, but as I was referencing Shy Glizzius, who is the career for, right? The career, when it's just for you and you're thinking about yourself, then it is no career. But I tell you, the thing that jump started my career before I was ever doing anything like this, and I tried a lot of different spiritual stuff, but I just, when you doing spiritual stuff and you being selfish, man, that shit look crazy. So I would be doing stuff, man. I would live with my aunt. I got $5 just fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And I knew I wasn't doing the right thing. And I don't know what I read or what I experienced, but it was one night where I started blessing other people, whether I'm thinking about my cousin or thinking about my mom, thinking about my dad, thinking about my brother, sister. I just started blessing them. I just went into meditation and I couldn't think about myself no more because I just needed too much shit. I was too fucked up, right? So I just started blessing other people, started handing out energy. I just was blessing people. I would just imagine myself just shooting out energy. Like I just hope they have a great day today. I just hope, you know, everything just start working out for them. And it was like a point in my life where I needed a job, but I didn't have clothes to go into an interview. And I walked out the house, and it was a dude walking down the street. And that's how it used to be at my aunt's house. You would just be random people walking down the street. Something told me, ask him about where you work at. I was like, hey, where you work at, bro? He was like, I work at this temp agency. They'll hire you at the spot. Just call this number. Mind you, this dude didn't even see what I look like or nothing. I'm like, such and such gave me a job, gave me a number. I'm looking for a job. He's like, can you work today? I'm like, yeah. Go down to the furniture bank off of High Street. I went down to the furniture bank. I'm like, yeah, Doug sent me. They like, oh yeah, okay, hop on the truck with him. No social security, no license, no nothing. I'm just in that bitch working. Like, mind you, that night before, I was just meditating on helping everybody. And man, I needed a fucking job bad. Man, I needed a job, you know? And I just worked myself into oblivion. I don't know what I was on, but ultimately, I know what I was being selfish for a long time. I was being selfish, and ultimately, Libra rising, you naturally going to be selfish. Why? Because what is the goal of a rising sign? To ascend to Libra, to ascend to partnerships. So in understanding partnerships, I had to work through a lot of me not giving a fuck and me being selfish and me being insensitive and me thinking that everything is good, but really it's fucked up. Right. So ultimately, even now with Jupiter moving into this 10th house, and you know it was a it's a mindset that I had where I'm like, damn, I'm doing this for these kids, and these kids, they don't even appreciate this shit. Something about that mindset slowed me up. But because Jupiter just moving into Cancer is moving into Cancer, and I'm feeling the energy shift. But it was like just the mindset of like, damn, they don't appreciate it. But I'm like, I just want to take care of these kids anyways, whether they appreciate it or not. Right. And that was really a shift for me. And I'm just saying, like, it's nothing wrong with wanting to take care or providing or showing up for people because Jupiter is transiting my 10th house. And this is just an energy where I really don't got planets in. I'm not familiar. And really, it's like with this whole entire reading of things that I'm telling people about being generous and not being selfish and not that's some shit that I'm telling myself too. Like, damn. But when I'm telling myself that, it's just lifting the pressure and the weight off of me. Like, oh, I'm not really, if I'm working, like I work all day, every day. But if I'm not doing this, I'm doing like real work. So, and I'm not even doing it for myself. I'm doing it to support a family, right? And I didn't realize that. I don't know what I was thinking about. I don't know what I was real or who or what I was doing it for, right? But just coming into this consciousness, coming into this energy, it's like that's just what I naturally wanted to do. I just wanted to really just show up for my family this year in a whole different type of way. So I have been working more. I've been doing less videos, working more in these types of things. But I'm saying all of this to say, when I was doing the knowledge, the energy was already pointing out to the fact that this is what I was supposed to be doing anyways. And so even that, working with Jupiter and going through all of this type of stuff is like, it's like, damn, spirit is so goddamn real. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just sensitive to this type of stuff and I'm just following it. But then when I do the research, and this happens all the time, when I do the research, it just like supports what I'm already going through internally. So that's why I wanted to do an extensive Jupiter and Cancer for all of the rising signs because it's been so beneficial to me that I hope that it will also benefit you guys as well, especially if you're trying to decode the energy. Because a lot of the decoding of this energy, if you've been paying attention, is working with the planets and the signs that you don't really see. So with a Libra rising, right? What is my shadow? My shadow is Aries, right? And like to realize Libra shadow, I will have to realize my first house. But I've already had the visions of what my first house looked like. And it's crazy. Like my nails is painted. Like, you know what I'm saying? My hair might be dyed. You don't know how I'm coming out. Like, if you know me, I'm just like, I just wear all black. You know what I'm saying? I'm just kind of low key, nondescript. But my shadow side from Libra rising is Aries descended, and this nigga name is Peacock. You know what I'm saying? This nigga wearing bright blues and golds and just like I'm like, damn. And I'm seeing myself be this person. I'm like, I'm excited about it because like I'm like, that's me. That's who I am. Right. That's who I want to be. Right. But ultimately, it's like in order to show up in the relationships, or if I want people to perceive me in the way that I want to perceive, I gotta acknowledge Aries. And Aries is just one energy that I'm not comfortable with. Give me some goddamn Gemini, give me some damn Leo, give me some Aquarius, give me some Capricorn. Oh yeah, I'm all for it. Niggas start talking about Aries and being assertive and appearance. And it's like, oh, I'm like, damn, I don't got the money. I can't buy clothes like that. I can't just be wasting money on clothes. Right. And I was like, got to do some shadow work. Got to do some shadow work. So, Libra rising, relationships are your Achilles heel, meaning that you truly need people and you truly need to receive them. But what an Achilles heel is, they can fuck you up too. So, Libra rising, the issue is being stuck in the wrong relationship versus getting out and finding a more healthier one. My wife told me something crazy. I would be having like these horror stories about women, and she'd be like, "Well, why you ain't leave?" And I was like, "I didn't know I could do that." I ain't know. I ain't know I could just leave like that. Yeah, I would have just left. I'm like, damn, you got a point though. Kind of makes sense. I'm sitting here complaining. I just fucking all right, I'm out. No more complaining after that, right? So, because they'll do it to you. Don't let somebody get tired of your black ass. All right, I'm gone. I can't take this no more. All right, you gone. Right. So ultimately, figuring out relationships key for Libra rising. But the relationship, the key is I'm doing this for them, whether they appreciate it, love it, thankful or not. It's just part of my dharma. Okay. And because and it's like the way I'm doing videos, the ideas that I have, like, I feel comfortable in this reading. Like, I don't know, like, if people like career, like I'm reading it like career peak, professional recognition. Like, I don't expect Oprah to like find my page or whatever, but I know that this year I'm gonna be good. You know what I'm saying? Just doing me. Even if, you know what I'm saying, I gotta work at Amazon. Like I said, if y'all know who hiring part-time, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I will work at McDonald's and just feel like, yeah, this is peak right here for me. I'm saving this whole damn check, and it just feels good. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like it's no ego into this particular energy for me. Um, and hopefully, if you're a Libra rising and you want career success, don't try to figure it out. Trust in, and when I'm trying to figure it out, this nigga Jupiter, he put into the sages that I got on the shelf. He like, you need to go to the store, get you a torch lighter, boy. You know what I'm saying? And sit and meditate. Cause if you don't sit your ass down and meditate, I can't help you. So take that with you as well. Ultimately, the luxury of being truly seen for the work you have actually done, that would be amazing for me and for whoever is a Libra rising, because I know you've been putting that work in. I'm telling you right now, my son was born in 2013 when Jupiter transited into goddamn Cancer. I'm telling you. I've been showing up for these niggas ever. They ain't never missed a meal for 13 years. I've been showing up for these niggas. Okay. I'm not even lying to you. But when you see Hood Mystic or hoodmystic.com or whatever, all of this was done for them. So to be truly seen for the work that is exciting. But once again, I don't know how the hell that looks like. Like, I can't imagine. I mean, I can imagine me going viral, but at a certain point I can't. So ultimately, that's more shadow work that I need to go through. That's more, Aries work that I need to go through. Cause it's like literally taking money that I'm making and forcing myself to buy shoes, forcing myself to buy outfits, right? That's what I've been doing, right? Because I've been doing that Aries work. So if you're a Libra rising, you single, you got to get into that Aries work. You a Libra rising, you in a relationship, you still gonna have to show up as yourself, right? Whether you a bad chick or a bad nigga. You know what I'm saying? Throw on that leather, put some of that gel in your hair, get you a fresh lineup, and handle yours. So we down to two, the last of the Mohicans. We down to two. We got Virgo Rising. And this is when shit get real. I'm just putting that out there. You got a Virgo Rising or a Leo Rising while Jupiter is transiting Cancer. That means that Jupiter is transiting your 11th and 12th houses respectively. Okay. So let's just imagine Jupiter, right? I wish I was Aquarius rising just a little bit. I mean, a Virgo rising just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? This means that Jupiter is in your Aquarius house. So let's just think about this, right? Jupiter, if Jupiter starts at Aries and works his way around the ecliptic, I'm sorry, let me backtrack. If Jupiter starts at, where would it have to start at? It would have to start at, let me backtrack. If Jupiter was to start at Aries and you would count 11 years, that means that Jupiter would be, see, the math is not mathing for me. I gotta, that means that, so Virgo, hold on, let me do this math real quick, y'all. Virgo to Libra, Libra to Scorpio, Scorpio to Sagittarius, Sagittarius to Capricorn, Capricorn to Aquarius, Capricorn to Aquarius, Aquarius to Pisces, Pisces to Aries, Aries to Taurus, Taurus to Gemini, Gemini to Cancer. Okay. So that means if you are a Virgo rising, your clock would start when Jupiter was in Virgo. 11 years ago, Jupiter was in Virgo. And we all can do this, but if you think about a journey, it's two parts to a journey. It's the end, and it's the part where you start your next one. So I went home, and I left home, and I went to work. I didn't stay at work. I left work and I came back home, right? So the end of the journey was going to work, which would be the 11th house. But the 12th house would be the reality that I got to make my ass way back home after work. So, long story short, Jupiter is transiting your 11th house. So, think of it in the sense of a journey, an 11-year journey. In this year, so that means last year, Jupiter transited your 10th house. If you are awake and you are aware and you are conscious, that means that your career have shifted and elevated. You may have got the keys, may have got the code, you have gotten the foundation. Cancer being in your 11th house is kind of like Anthony Hamilton, the point of it all, right? Because the 12th house is a different energy. It's like, all right, time to wind down. We heading back home, right? The 11th house is, nigga, we made it. We here, right? We have been sacrificing for these 11 years to get to this particular point that we're at right here. And if you have been conscious and you have been intentional, man, this is the reward. Now, once again, you go into the 12th house next year with the knowledge of the 11th house. The 11th house, many people don't know the purpose of the thing that they're taking part of. They're just trying to make it. But if you understood the 11th house, that's like me and my family going on a 30-day vacation. Niggas ain't never heard of a 30-day vacation. Go for a week, a weekend, come home, back to work. But you figure the 11th house is where you got fuck you money and you can do whatever the fuck you want to do, right? So Jupiter is the planet of luck. So working with Jupiter is a disposition that everything is going to work out, because ultimately I'm not in control of it. Ain't no telling on what's going to happen, if it's going to rain, if it's going to snow, or whatever the case may be. That is above me now. It's above me now. So with Virgo rising, the goal of this particular rising sign is to accumulate wealth. Fuck you, money. Now, outside of the Virgo energy, it's like, yeah, of course not. Of course you still work at Amazon. And you said you was going to give me the application. I've been waiting. And it's cool. No shade, no tea. I'm trying to, because if you working on this station and I'm working on the next station, we could talk shit for a whole day. Just talking shit, working. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. We can do this shit together. However, you should be making fuck you money. But you hear we working at Amazon. It's cool. No shade, no tea. No disrespect. I love that for us. I'm a Libra rising, you a Virgo rising. Cool. But you should be making fuck you money. Oh, so this is what you meant by Virgo rising means that you're supposed to ascend to something, huh? I mean, because I'm paying my bills working at this job, don't mean that I should just stay here, huh? Damn. I can be more. One level of intention is the ability to realize it. The level outside of Jupiter is your ability to realize it like, damn, that's crazy. I've been comfortable in this. I've been just comfortable. I just been just trying to make it. Jupiter in your 11th house, gains, income, networks, and long held goals, right? We talking about some auspicious shit going down. Another energy that comes to light with Jupiter and Cancer is Ganesha, the obstacle remover. Jupiter not going to forsake you because you was like not paying attention to him for 11 years and you've been comfortable. That's not what I'm saying. The realization is the realization, and the work, Jupiter is always saying, hey man, let's be present. You may have been in the dark for the past 11 years. It's cool. It's been people been in the dark for the past 50 years. It's people that live and die in darkness. It's people that experience it. But for you to be aware to say, oh shit, Jupiter is in Cancer in my 11th house. My family is my network. So once again, in the small circle of not realizing your rising sign, within that small circle, with not realizing your rising sign, is the ability to meditate and breathe and eat right. Because in that dynamic is your ability to go outside of your limits. And if you're able to go outside of your limits, if you're able to work with this particular energy, you're able to once again realize Jupiter. Jupiter is a social planet, meaning so to realize Jupiter, one cannot stay in the house, especially if Jupiter is in your 11th house. Jupiter is transiting your 11th house now. You go into the clubs, you go into the kickbacks, you go into the barbecues, you go into the family functions, you go into the parties, you go into the kickbacks, you go into the functions. Why you been going out so much? Jupiter is in my 11th house this year. Jupiter is a social planet. I have to get out and network with people. I have to share myself with other people. Not all willy-nilly getting drunk doing drugs, but really being intentional, maybe creating and cultivating your own events. When you are working with multiple people and you develop relationships with multiple people based upon your skill base and your knowledge, you will develop multiple streams of income. It's just amazing how people don't know how to do the shit that you know how to do easily and seamlessly. If you're able to function in your Jupiter properly, you are able to build networks because Virgo is transiting your 11th house. The shadow within this energy is your fifth house. Your ability to tap within that divine spark within you, your ability to channel your creativity within you, your ability to recognize your gift, talent, skills, and abilities and bring them to the surface. However, if you are able to leverage your community, you're also able to do that thing that they say online, multiple streams of income. Last and certainly not least, Leo risings. Jupiter is transiting your 12th house of Pisces, meaning that Cancer is in your 12th house, the double water sign energies, which makes this a very deep placement, meaning that you're setting up for a very emotional year, but there's a level beyond dharma. There's a level beyond duty. There's a level beyond law. It doesn't get rid of duty. It doesn't get rid of law. But what it does, it gives you something to look forward to is if you practice and study and move through Dharma. And that energy is called moksha. That energy is called freedom, liberation. And that's what this year provides you freedom from toil, troubles, dispositions. Because everything that I've said, it rolls into Leo rising. You have full capabilities to be the person that you truly are. But when we're working with Jupiter, the person that we truly are is not so clear to us when we're referencing Leo rising. Because once again, we are rising to the occasion, no pun intended, of this particular Leo energy. It's not something that we are born with. This is something that we have to understand about ourselves. And just my personal experience in dealing with humans, getting them to be creative is like the hardest shit in the world. If it's some TV, if it's some, watching something, doing something, going somewhere, all for it. But being creative, performing, taking their craft seriously, that's hard. Leo rising, your shadow is in your Aquarius energy, which is giving a bunch of people in your orbit and around you. So if Aquarius is your shadow, that means you know a bunch of nothing. Not like you don't know nothing, but the people, they're not adding value to your life. So you just know them. But in reference to you becoming your best version of yourself, you got to factor shit in. Well, what if they gonna say about it if I did this? What they gonna say if I did that? Once again, less is more. Your goal is not to realize your shadow; it is to understand your shadow, integrate. Because If people loved you at your worst, guess what they gonna do at your best? And it's levels of Cancer energy. I've said it before, but I'm gonna say it again. Spiritual family, actual family. Actual family is great. Spiritual family is greater. If you have access to your actual family can be your spiritual family. If you with them and y'all, there's no shade, no tea, y'all able to grow, start a family business, y'all all accountable, then your actual family is your spiritual business. But for most of us, our actual family ain't shit. No shade, no tea, no disrespect. I don't mean nothing mean by it. It's just a fact of life. But your spiritual family is available and waiting and willing to deal with you, but you have to show up, Leo Rising, to move into the energy of you becoming this person that you view yourself to be, and you're willing to do the work to show up as X, Y, and Z. You can't be factoring in if your parents and family go and judge you or like you or dislike you, because once again, if you invented tampons and your daddy said, I don't like that shit, you got them goddamn tampons, you didn't even make them for your dad, you made them for women. Your uncles, I don't know what you doing with them damn tampons, I can't do nothing with them. You ain't supposed to do nothing with them. So once again, understanding Aquarius, understanding Cancer, it's people in our immediate range. Back to Detroit, like Detroit is a metropolis, rich in spiritual energy, but most people don't take advantage because they are so concerned with their family connections. People is really into their little circles and bubbles in Detroit, like deep into them. Like if they know the people, then they know the people. You know that Drake song, No New Friends, No New. I think he recorded that in Detroit, right on 8 Mile. He was outside and he was like, oh, no new friends, no new. Like I'm telling you, I was there. Anyways, Jupiter is in your 12th house. So this year, you bringing everything to a head. You refining, right? You slimming down the business. You getting into the kids have moved out the house, right? They started kindergarten 12 years ago. Now they're graduating high school. Now they're going off to college. You and your wife don't need this big ass house. Probably going to get an apartment off the Gulf Coast. Do some deep breathing meditations. Get your lungs to expand. Because once everything is gone, once all the distractions is removed, all you have is all that matters. This is what the 12th house is. You was born on this goddamn planet naked. Okay? You ain't have shit. And guess what? Everybody loved you. The more you grew, the more you got consciousness and it was different teachers and things of that nature, the more ignorant we have become. It's the people. Hey, you should do this. Hey, you should do that. You should do this. And you trying to do this, do that. Oh, that ain't the style no more. We wearing this now. And you trying to catch up and do this. Like you going to distract yourself in your mission and your purpose. So when we talk about water signs, whether we're talking about Scorpio or Cancer or Pisces, we're talking about two different realities. It is the lower level emotional family thing, which is nothing wrong with it. And earlier, like if Jupiter is in your first, second, third, fourth, fifth houses, you got to kind of experience and work yourself through that. There's nothing wrong with working yourself through that and showing up for those people and playing that role. However, there is a particular point where you level up and deal with the spiritual version of that. And that's how you make money. That's how you expand your brand. That's how you start your business. To the guy I know, he's selling goddamn all types of shit to people I don't even fucking know, but that is his spiritual family. I got people that I sell to all over the world. Y'all niggas don't know. That's my spiritual family. And you got people, especially if you're a Leo rising and you trying to figure out, well, like, I don't know who I'm gonna perform to. I don't know who's gonna buy my book. I don't know who's gonna buy my CD. I don't know who's gonna watch my YouTube channel. So I might as well not do it. I'm breaking down the reality that you have a soul family. You have a spiritual family. And you don't see them yet. You won't see them until you embody this Leo rising energy. So the abundance that comes with that is like I mean, it's a nonstop thing, really. Especially if you're willing to slim the process down, refine the energy, focus yourself, and gear up for another cycle next year. Because next year, Jupiter will be transiting your first house all over again. And hopefully, you have done some preparation this year to prepare for what you would be looking for over a next 12-year process. Because once again, if I got all of these people in my life, meaning that Aquarius is the shadow to Leo rising, it's the work that I'm working through. I got to perform to make all of these niggas happy. I got a whole bunch of girls and they like me because I got a lot of money and I got a lot of clothes and I got a lot of, I got status and I'm in this room, in that room, and this. I got to be performing for all of these girls so they continue to like me. Because the moment I fall off, you gonna be so surprised how these girls don't even. They're gonna laugh at your ass. So once again, it's a soul group in there that's going to support you up, down, left, or right. And you don't have to perform. That's another part of Jupiter traveling into Cancer where you're able to be authentic. But ultimately, depending on your sign, if you have to work with Aries energy, your authentic version might be you showing up as a better version than yourself than you was yesterday. Your authenticity might be creme de la creme. Your authentic self might be a motherfucker that just got his shit together. That's who you are authentically, right? So I say all of this to say, share this with someone who has a rising sign that, needs to hear it, man. Listen, make sure y'all follow me on Instagram, man. Interesting times. I will touch on this energy throughout the year, bring it into, come back to it when need be if we have any major Jupiter transits. But I will be doing this form of content. It takes a longer time, so it might not be a lot of lives. But what I'm hoping to do, fingers crossed, is to clip this and like post daily or semi daily. And then in the meantime, in between time, I will be preparing for another live, whether it's new moon, full moon, or whatever the case may be, and clip that. So I'll be consistent on here a little bit more, but ultimately more thoughtful, more content where I'm actually just thinking about it and looking at it holistically and doing research and just watching other videos on the subject because I just want to provide content that is beneficial for people who want to be benefited. And this video was 4 hours long. I ain't never did a video for 4 hours. But with all that being said, I guess I got a lot of clipping to do. But other than that, man, I hope you was able to pick up on your rising sign. I hope it was able to resonate with you. And I hope it gave you some work to do for the year. Okay. Um, Follow me on Instagram at the Hood Mystic. Be sure to subscribe to the Substack. I do have an article, so if you want to look over the information that was discussed in this video, be sure to do so by clicking the link in the description that reads article. Make sure you join the White Rabbit newsletter if you don't mind. But other than that, I'm going to sign out and get to the getting tools. I will catch all of y'all on the flip side. Always remember, peace and love from me. This has been Jupiter in Cancer, astrological forecast through the rising signs. Once again, before I get out of here, if you want to read the full article, be sure to read it on the Substack. Be sure to like the video, share the video for those who might have a rising sign that may benefit from this. Another thing that I gotta do is go through this video and create the timestamps for it so y'all know where all of the energy is at. Other than that, y'all have a wonderful, wonderful day. Um, Hit me up on the flip side, and I will catch you guys all on the flip side indubitably. Peace to the tribe, peace to the collective. It's Hood. I'm signing out. Peace.
Let me have a